This is not just another book about manifestation or the law of attraction. The power of I Am is a profound journey through the most transformative truth you can discover. Your words after I Am don't just describe your reality. They literally create it. Modern neuroscience is finally catching up to what ancient sages always knew. When you declare I Am, you are not simply making a statement. You are issuing a direct command to the quantum field, reprogramming your nervous system, activating neural networks, and signaling to the universe exactly who you choose to be in this moment. But there is a reason why this knowledge remained veiled for so long. Because when you truly understand the power of these two words, when you master the frequency of I Am, you become unstoppable. You stop being a spectator of your life and assume your place as the conscious creator of your reality. In this audiobook, you will discover why these two words are the activation code of your true nature, how great leaders and visionaries throughout history used this power, even without knowing it consciously, and most importantly, how you can start using this power now, at this exact moment, to completely redesign your existence. Prepare for a transformation that begins at the most fundamental level of your being, because after you understand the true power of I Am, you will never be the same again. Chapter 1. The Secret Code That Has Always Been Within You. Let me ask you something right now, in this very moment. When you think about yourself, when you describe who you are to others, or even in the privacy of your own mind, what words come after I Am? Take a second and really think about it, because what you're about to discover will change everything you thought you knew about reality, creation, and your own power. I am tired. I am broke. I am not good enough. I am confused. I am stuck. I am too old. I am unworthy. Do any of these sound familiar? Of course they do, because for most of your life, you've been using the most powerful creative force in the universe completely unconsciously, and often against yourself. Here's what nobody told you, what they couldn't tell you because they didn't know themselves. The words that follow I Am are not descriptions of your reality. They are commands. They are instructions. They are the programming code of your very existence. When you say, I Am, you're not reporting on who you are. You're declaring who you're choosing to become. You're sending a signal into the quantum field. You're activating neural pathways. You're literally sculpting your future self in this present moment. This isn't philosophy. This isn't positive thinking. This is the most fundamental law of creation that has been hidden in plain sight for thousands of years. Think about it. In ancient Hebrew, the name of God, the name considered so sacred it couldn't be spoken aloud, translates to, I am that I am, not I was or I will be, I am. Present tense, eternal present, pure existence, pure creative power. And here's the part that will blow your mind. That same power, that same creative force, lives within you. Every time you say I am, you're using the name of the divine creative force. You're accessing the same technology that brought universes into existence. The sages knew this. The mystics understood it. The great spiritual teachers throughout history have pointed to this truth in 1,000 different ways. But somewhere along the way, this knowledge got buried. It got hidden behind complicated rituals, locked in ancient texts that most people never read, whispered in temples and monasteries while the rest of humanity went about their lives completely unaware of the power they carried within them. And maybe, just maybe, there's a reason for that. Because when you truly understand what I'm about to share with you, When you grasp the magnitude of what I am really means, you become dangerous. Not dangerous to others, but dangerous to the old systems of limitation, dangerous to the beliefs that have kept humanity small, dangerous to anyone or anything that profits from you not knowing who you really are. Let me take you back to a moment in my own life when this truth first hit me. I was at rock bottom, and I mean real rock bottom, the kind where you're not even sure you want to keep going. My bank account was empty, my relationships were broken, and every morning I woke up to the same thought: I am a failure. I said it so many times it became my identity. It became the lens through which I saw everything. Every setback confirmed it. Every closed door proved it. I am a failure became as much a part of me as my own name. But one night, unable to sleep, I stumbled across something that would change everything. It was a passage from an ancient text, and it said, "You are not bound by your past, unless you choose to be. The universe only knows who you are declaring yourself to be, right now." And suddenly, like a lightning bolt of clarity, I understood. The universe wasn't keeping me stuck. My circumstances weren't holding me back. I was doing it to myself with two simple words: I am. The next morning, I made a decision. I was going to test this. I was going to use I am differently. Instead of I am broke, I started saying I am abundant. And here's where it gets interesting. My logical mind immediately rebelled. It screamed, "You're lying. Look at your bank account. You're not abundant." But I kept going. I am successful. I am worthy. I am powerful. And something started to shift. Not in my external circumstances, at least not immediately. The shift happened inside me first. Within weeks, opportunities that had always been there but invisible to me suddenly appeared. People reached out. Ideas flowed. Doors opened, and within 6 months, my entire life had transformed. Not because the universe suddenly decided to bless me, but because I had changed the frequency I was broadcasting. I had reprogrammed my identity. I had activated a different version of myself that had always existed in potential, just waiting for me to claim it. Now I need you to understand something crucial here. This isn't magic. This isn't about fooling yourself or pretending. This is about understanding how your brain, your nervous system, and the quantum field actually work. And the science behind this is absolutely mind-blowing. Neuroscientists have discovered something remarkable. Your brain doesn't actually know the difference between something that's happening in your external reality and something you're vividly imagining or declaring with emotional intensity. When you say I am confident with genuine feeling, your brain starts firing the exact same neural networks that would fire if you were actually experiencing confidence in a real situation. You're not pretending to be confident. You're literally creating the neural architecture of confidence in your brain. This is called neuroplasticity, and it's one of the most important discoveries in modern science. Your brain is not fixed. It's not set in stone. Every thought you think, every word you speak, every declaration you make is physically reshaping your brain. You are sculpting your neural pathways with your words. And the most powerful sculptor you have is I am. But it goes even deeper than that. When you say I am, you're not just affecting your brain. You're affecting your entire electromagnetic field. Scientists can now measure this. Your heart generates the strongest electromagnetic field in your body, and that field extends several feet beyond your physical body. When you feel an emotion, when you embody a state of being, you're literally broadcasting a signal into the space around you. And here's the kicker. The quantum field responds to that signal. You've probably heard about the famous double-slit experiment in quantum physics. It proved that the observer affects the observed, that consciousness itself influences how energy manifests into matter. Well, guess what? You're the observer, and your I am declarations are your most powerful tools of observation. You're collapsing infinite possibilities into specific realities every single moment of every single day. Think about that. Really let it sink in. You're not just a person living in a fixed reality. You're a creator actively participating in the formation of your reality. The quantum field is pure potential, infinite possibilities existing simultaneously, and your consciousness, specifically your declarations of identity through I am, determines which possibility becomes your experienced reality. This is why two people can be in the exact same situation and have completely different outcomes. It's not luck. It's not fate. It's frequency. It's identity. One person says, I am defeated by this, and their brain and the field respond accordingly. Another person in the identical situation says, I am stronger than this challenge, and they get a completely different result. Same circumstances, different declarations, different realities. Now I know what you might be thinking. If it's that simple, why isn't everyone doing this? Why isn't everyone living their dream life? And that's the most important question you could ask. Because here's the truth that nobody wants to face. Most people are using I am all day, every day, but they're using it unconsciously. They're using it based on their past experiences, their childhood programming, what their parents said about them, what society told them they could or couldn't be, what their failures seem to prove about them. You've been programmed since birth. Your parents, your teachers, your culture, your experiences, they've all contributed to your current I am declarations. When you were a child and you heard, you're so shy, or you're not good at math, or money doesn't grow on trees, those weren't just casual comments. They were programs being installed into your subconscious mind. And you, being the incredible learning machine that you are, accepted those programs and started declaring them as your identity. I am shy. I am bad with numbers. I am not meant to be wealthy. These became your truths. But here's what you need to understand with every fiber of your being. They were never your truths. They were borrowed truths. They were inherited limitations. They were someone else's beliefs that you adopted as your own. And the most beautiful, liberating, earth-shattering truth is this: you can change them. Right now, in this very moment, you can choose different words after I am. You can install new programs. You can declare a new identity. Because unlike a computer that needs a programmer, you are both the program and the programmer. You have the power to rewrite your own code. But I need to be honest with you about something. This isn't just about saying some positive words and watching your life magically transform overnight. If it were that easy, every person who ever said an affirmation would be living in paradise. There's a missing ingredient that most people skip over. And it's the difference between someone who transforms their life and someone who stays stuck despite knowing all the right things to say. That missing ingredient is feeling. It's emotion. It's embodiment. You see, your subconscious mind, which is running about 95% of your life, doesn't speak English or Spanish or any language. It speaks emotion. It speaks feeling. It speaks vibration. So when you say, I am abundant, but you feel lack in your body, your subconscious receives the feeling, not the words. The feeling wins every single time. This is why affirmations alone don't work for most people. They're saying the words, but their entire body, their entire emotional state, is broadcasting the opposite signal. It's like trying to drive forward with the emergency brake on. You might move a little, but you're not going anywhere fast, and you're going to burn out your engine in the process. So the real power of I am comes when you combine the words with the feeling. When you declare I am successful, and you actually generate the feeling of success in your body. When you say I am loved, and you feel that warmth, that sense of worthiness, that knowing of being valued flooding through your nervous system, that's when magic happens. That's when you're no longer just thinking about a new identity. You're being it. And here's something that will probably surprise you. You don't need evidence to feel it. In fact, waiting for evidence is the trap that keeps most people stuck. They say, I'll feel abundant when I have money, or I'll feel successful when I achieve the goal, or I'll feel loved when someone loves me. But it works in the exact opposite direction. You have to feel it first. You have to become it in consciousness before it can manifest in form. This is what every master teacher has tried to tell us. Buddha said, what you think, you become. Jesus said, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. Muhammad taught that faith is certainty before seeing. These weren't religious doctrines. These were instructions. These were the operating manual for human consciousness. The ancient mystics understood something that modern science is only now beginning to confirm. Time isn't linear in the way we think it is. At the quantum level, past, present, and future exist simultaneously. When you declare, I am successful, with genuine feeling, you're not creating success in some distant future. You're actually connecting with a version of yourself that already exists in the quantum field where you are successful. You're collapsing that potential reality into your current experience. You're quite literally pulling the future into the present through the power of your conscious declaration. This is why gratitude is so powerful. When you say, I am grateful for the abundance in my life, even before you see it with your physical eyes, you're operating from the feeling of already having it. You're tuning your frequency to match the frequency of that reality. And the universe, the quantum field, whatever you want to call it, must match your frequency. That's not spiritual belief. That's the law of resonance. That's physics. Think about a radio. You can't tune to 98.5 FM and receive the station broadcasting on 101.2 FM. It's impossible. The frequencies have to match. Your I am declarations are your tuning mechanism. They set your frequency, and you will always attract, perceive, and experience the reality that matches your frequency. This is why people who declare, I am unlucky, seem to have bad things constantly happening to them. It's not that the universe is punishing them. It's that they've tuned their consciousness to the frequency of misfortune. And so that's what they notice. That's what they attract. That's what they experience. They filter reality through the lens of unlucky and create a self-fulfilling prophecy. On the flip side, people who genuinely embody I am blessed seem to have good fortune follow them everywhere. Same world, same circumstances, different frequency, different experience. They're not ignoring challenges or living in denial. They've just chosen to operate from a different identity, and that identity creates a different reality. Now I want to address something that might be coming up for you right now. You might be thinking, but my circumstances are real. I can't just pretend they're not there. And you're absolutely right. I'm not asking you to ignore reality. I'm asking you to understand that you have the power to create a new reality. Your current circumstances are the result of your past declarations, your past thoughts, your past frequency. They're real, but they're not permanent. unless you keep declaring them as your identity. If you keep saying, "I am broke," you're using the most powerful creative force in the universe to create more brokenness. If you shift to, "I am in the process of creating wealth," you've just changed everything. You're acknowledging where you are while claiming where you're going. You're not lying. You're declaring a new truth, that your brain and the quantum field will work together to manifest. Here's a powerful truth. Your current reality is always old news. It's the physical manifestation of who you were being yesterday, last week, last month, last year. If you want a different tomorrow, you have to declare a different identity today. You have to use "I am" to create a new frequency, a new vibration, a new state of being. And then you have to maintain that frequency despite what your current circumstances are showing you. This is the test. This is where most people fail. They declare a new identity for a day, maybe a week, and when they don't see immediate changes, they go back to their old declarations. See, I knew it wouldn't work. I am stuck. I am not meant for more. And in that moment, they've just canceled out all the progress they were making. They've tuned back to the old frequency. Transformation requires consistency. Your subconscious mind needs repetition. Your neural pathways need time to form. The quantum field needs sustained signal. You didn't become who you currently are overnight. It took years of unconscious repetition to create your current identity. It's going to take conscious, deliberate repetition to create a new one. But here's the beautiful thing. It doesn't take nearly as long as you think, because you're now doing it consciously, with awareness, with intention, with feeling. The ancient texts called this faith, not blind belief, but the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not yet seen. Faith is holding the frequency of your desired reality before it manifests in form. Faith is declaring, "I am healed," before the symptoms disappear. "I am successful," before the results show up. "I am loved," before the person appears. That's not delusion, that's creation. And you know what the most incredible part is? Once you start doing this, once you start consciously using "I am" to declare your chosen identity, rather than your inherited limitations, you'll begin to notice something extraordinary. The universe starts responding. Synchronicities increase. The right people appear at the right time. Opportunities show up out of nowhere. Resources materialize. Doors open. Is it magic? Is it God? Is it the quantum field? Is it your reticular activating system in your brain suddenly noticing things that were always there but filtered out? Yes, it's all of it. Because at the deepest level, it's all the same thing. It's consciousness interacting with the field of infinite potential. It's you claiming your power as a creator. You are not a victim of circumstance. You never were. You've been a powerful creator using your creative force unconsciously. And now, with this knowledge, with this awareness, you get to use it consciously. You get to choose. You get to declare. You get to become. So here's my question to you as we close this chapter. Who are you going to declare yourself to be? What words are you going to allow to follow "I am" from this moment forward? Because make no mistake, you're choosing either way. Silence is a choice. Default is a choice. Letting your past, or your circumstances, or other people's opinions choose for you is still a choice. The difference is, now you know. Now you understand the power you've been carrying within you all along. The most advanced technology ever created isn't in some laboratory or research facility. It's in you. It's been in you since the moment you took your first breath. The power of I am is your birthright. It's the secret code that unlocks everything. And here's what I know to be true. If you're hearing these words right now, if this message has found its way to you, it's not an accident. You're ready. You're ready to step into your power. You're ready to stop being the effect and become the cause. You're ready to use the name of the creative force that lives within you to design the life you are meant to live. The code has been revealed. The secret is no longer hidden. The only question that remains is, what will you do with it? I am ready. I am powerful. I am the creator of my reality. Say it. Feel it. Become it. Your transformation begins now. Chapter 2. The Science Behind the Impossible. What if I told you that the most cutting-edge scientists in the world are now proving what mystics have known for thousands of years? What if the laboratory and the meditation room are finally speaking the same language? What if everything you thought was impossible is actually just a matter of understanding how reality truly works? Right now, in research facilities around the globe, something extraordinary is happening. Neuroscientists are watching human brains reorganize themselves in real time. Quantum physicists are documenting how consciousness affects matter at the subatomic level. Biologists are discovering that your thoughts literally change your genetic expression, and all of it, every single discovery, points to one revolutionary truth. You are far more powerful than you've ever been taught to believe. This isn't about faith versus science anymore. This is about science finally catching up to faith. And when you understand the mechanisms behind the magic, when you see how your brain, your body, and the quantum field actually operate, everything changes. Because you're no longer hoping it works. You know it works. You understand why it works. And that understanding gives you the power to use it deliberately, consistently, and effectively. Let me take you inside your brain for a moment, because what's happening in there is nothing short of miraculous. Your brain contains roughly 86 billion neurons. Each neuron can form thousands of connections with other neurons, creating an intricate network of communication pathways. These pathways, these neural networks, are literally the architecture of your thoughts, your beliefs, your habits, and yes, your identity. Here's where it gets fascinating. Every time you think a thought, your neurons fire in a specific pattern. Think that same thought repeatedly, and those neurons that fire together start to wire together. They form a stronger, faster pathway. This is called Hebbian learning, and it's the foundation of how you become who you are. Your repeated thoughts create your neural architecture, which creates your automatic behaviors, which creates your reality. Now remember in the last chapter when we talked about I am declarations? Here's what's actually happening in your brain when you say I am confident. The moment those words leave your mouth, especially when combined with feeling, specific neural networks begin firing. If you've never been confident before, these might be weak connections, barely there. But if you repeat I am confident every single day, with emotion, with certainty, something remarkable happens. Those neural pathways strengthen. They become highways instead of dirt roads. And eventually, confidence becomes your default state. It becomes automatic. It becomes who you are. This is neuroplasticity, and it's one of the most empowering discoveries in modern neuroscience. Your brain is not fixed. The old belief that you're stuck with the brain you have is completely false. You can rewire your brain at any age. You can create new neural pathways. You can literally sculpt your brain into the brain of the person you want to become. And your I am declarations, when done correctly, are the chisel. But here's what most people don't understand. It's not enough to just think the thought. You have to feel the emotion, because your brain doesn't just respond to words. It responds to the chemical signals released when you feel an emotion. When you say, "I am abundant," but feel lack, your brain receives the chemical signature of lack. When you say, "I am abundant," and genuinely feel the warmth, the security, the joy of abundance, your brain releases a completely different cocktail of chemicals. Dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin. These are the chemicals of elevated emotions, and they're the ones that create lasting change in your neural networks. Think about it like this. Every emotion you feel is chemistry. Fear releases cortisol and adrenaline. Love releases oxytocin. Joy releases serotonin and dopamine. Your body is a living pharmacy, and you're the pharmacist. Every time you generate an elevated emotion through your I am declarations, you're prescribing yourself the exact medicine your brain needs to rewire itself. This is why visualization is so powerful when done correctly. When you close your eyes and vividly imagine yourself living as the person you're declaring yourself to be. When you see it, hear it, feel it in your mind with such intensity that it feels real. Your brain cannot tell the difference between the imagined experience and a real one. The same neurons fire. The same chemicals are released. You're literally giving your brain the experience of being that person before you physically become that person. Athletes have known this for decades. Olympic athletes use visualization as part of their training. Studies have shown that athletes who visualize their performance activate the same muscle groups at a measurable level as those who physically perform the action. Your brain is that powerful. Your imagination is that real to your nervous system. Now let's go deeper. Let's talk about what's happening beyond your skull, in the field around you. You've probably heard that everything is energy. You might have even heard that you're energy. But do you really understand what that means? Let me break it down for you in a way that will change how you see yourself forever. Your heart generates the strongest electromagnetic field in your body. In fact, it's about 60 times greater in amplitude than the brain's electrical activity. And this field doesn't stop at your skin. It extends several feet beyond your physical body. Scientists can measure it. They can detect it with sensitive instruments. Your heart's electromagnetic field is constantly broadcasting information into the space around you. When you feel an emotion, that emotion changes the patterns in your electromagnetic field. When you feel fear, your field becomes chaotic, incoherent. When you feel love, gratitude, or joy, your field becomes coherent, organized, powerful. And here's the absolutely mind-blowing part. Other people's nervous systems can detect these patterns, even if unconsciously. This is why you can feel when someone is angry, even if they're smiling. This is why some people make you feel good just by being near them. You're not imagining it. You're picking up on their electromagnetic field. So when you declare, "I am powerful," and you genuinely feel that power in your body, you're not just changing your neural pathways. You're changing your electromagnetic field. You're broadcasting a different signal into the world around you, and the world responds to that signal. People respond to it. Opportunities respond to it. Reality itself responds to it. This brings us to quantum physics, and I promise to keep this simple because the implications are too important for confusion. At the quantum level, the level of subatomic particles, something extraordinary happens. Particles exist in a state of potential, of probability, until they're observed. The famous double-slit experiment proved this beyond any doubt. When scientists shot electrons through two slits and didn't observe them, the electrons behaved like waves, creating an interference pattern. But when they observed which slit the electron went through, it behaved like a particle, going through one slit or the other. The observer changed the outcome. Consciousness affected matter. This isn't theory. This isn't philosophy. This is repeatable, measurable, verified scientific fact, and it has staggering implications for your life. You are the observer. Every moment of every day, you are collapsing infinite possibilities into these specific realities through the act of observation. But here's the key. You're not just observing with your eyes. You're observing with your consciousness, your attention, your expectations, your beliefs, and most powerfully, your declarations of identity. When you declare, "I am successful," you're doing more than making a statement. You're directing your consciousness. You're telling the quantum field which possibility you're choosing to observe into existence. You're collapsing the wave function of infinite potential into the particle reality of success. This is not metaphor. This is mechanism. The quantum field is pure potential. It's every possible version of your life, existing simultaneously in a state of probability. There's a version where you're wealthy, a version where you're broke, a version where you're healthy, a version where you're sick, a version where you're fulfilled, a version where you're miserable, all existing as possibilities, as probabilities, waiting for an observer to collapse them into experienced reality. Your "I am" declarations are your most powerful tool of observation. They focus your consciousness with laser precision. They direct the quantum field to deliver specific experiences. They collapse probability into actuality. And when you combine those declarations with elevated emotion, you amplify the signal exponentially. You're not just observing. You're commanding. Now I need to address something important here. Some people hear this and think it means they can just sit on their couch, say some affirmations, and wait for money to fall from the sky. That's not how this works. Understanding quantum physics doesn't exempt you from taking action. But here's what changes: the quality of your action, the inspiration behind your action, the synchronicities that guide your action. When you're operating from "I am broke," your actions are desperate, forced, coming from lack. When you're operating from "I am abundant," your actions are inspired, flowing, coming from overflow. Same amount of effort, radically different energy, radically different results. The quantum field responds to your state of being, and then guides you through intuition, through synchronicity, through what feels like luck but is actually alignment. Think about it. Have you ever noticed that when you're in a good mood, in a high vibration, good things seem to happen? Opportunities appear. People are helpful. Traffic lights turn green. That's not random. You're in a coherent state. Your electromagnetic field is organized. You're broadcasting a clear signal, and the field responds. It matches your frequency. On the flip side, have you noticed that when you're in a low vibration, when you're stressed or angry or fearful, everything seems to go wrong? You hit every red light. People are rude. Nothing flows. Again, not random. You're in an incoherent state. Your field is chaotic, and chaos attracts more chaos. This is the law of resonance, and it's as reliable as the law of gravity. Like attracts like, not because the universe is playing favorites, but because matching frequencies are drawn to each other. It's physics. A tuning fork vibrating at a certain frequency will cause another tuning fork of the same frequency to start vibrating, even if they're not touching. Your I am declarations set your frequency, and you attract experiences, people, and circumstances that match that frequency. Let me share something with you that happened in my own life that perfectly demonstrates this. A few years ago, I was struggling with a business venture. I was working hard, doing all the right things on paper, but nothing was flowing. Money was tight. Clients weren't showing up. I was frustrated and exhausted, and my dominant thought pattern was, I am not meant for this and I am struggling. One day, after learning what I'm sharing with you now, I made a radical decision. I was going to change my declaration regardless of my circumstances. I started every morning by saying, with as much genuine feeling as I could generate, I am a successful entrepreneur. I am abundant. I am aligned with my purpose. At first it felt fake. My bank account said otherwise. My empty calendar said otherwise. But I kept going, every morning, sometimes several times a day. Within 2 weeks, something shifted. Not in my circumstances yet, but in me. I started noticing opportunities I had been blind to. I got an idea that felt inspired, not forced. I reached out to someone I hadn't thought about in months, and they connected me with exactly the right person. Within 3 months, everything had turned around. New clients, new partnerships, money flowing. And here's what was wild. When I looked back, I realized the opportunities had always been there. I just hadn't been able to see them because I was tuned to the frequency of struggle. When I changed my I am, I changed my frequency. When I changed my frequency, I changed what I could perceive and attract. The field had always been full of potential. I just needed to tune to the right station to access it. This is where the ancient wisdom and modern science become one voice singing the same truth. The mystics called it faith. Scientists call it quantum observation. Religious texts called it the power of the word. Neuroscientists call it neuroplasticity. Different languages, same phenomenon. You have the power to create your reality through the focused direction of your consciousness. And the most powerful tool you have for focusing that consciousness is I am. Your subconscious mind is running 95% of your life. It's the operating system beneath your conscious awareness, executing programs installed over a lifetime. Most of those programs were installed before you were 7 years old, when your brain was in a highly suggestible state. Your parents, your teachers, your early experiences, they all wrote code in your subconscious. And that code has been running in the background ever since, creating your automatic thoughts, your habitual behaviors, your emotional reactions. But here's the revolutionary part. Your subconscious mind is always in the present moment. It doesn't know the difference between past, present, and future. It doesn't judge whether something is good or bad. It simply accepts whatever you repeatedly impress upon it and then works to make it real. When you consistently declare, I am worthy, your subconscious accepts this as an instruction and begins reorganizing your thoughts, behaviors, and perceptions to match that worthiness. Your conscious mind might argue. Your logical brain might list all the reasons why you're not worthy. But your subconscious doesn't argue. It executes. And when you repeat your new I am declarations often enough, with enough emotion, you overwrite the old programs. You install new software. You become a new operating system. There's a concept in neuroscience called the reticular activating system, your brain's filter for what information to let into your conscious awareness. Your brain is receiving about 11 million bits of information per second from your environment, but your conscious mind can only process about 40 bits per second. So your RS acts as a filter, deciding what's important based on your beliefs, your goals, and your identity. When you declare, "I am successful," your RAS starts filtering reality for evidence of success. It notices opportunities you would have missed. It brings to your attention resources that were always there, but invisible to your previous identity. It's like buying a red car and suddenly seeing red cars everywhere. The red cars were always there. You just weren't tuned to notice them. This is why two people can have the exact same experience and interpret it completely differently. One person gets rejected and thinks, "I am not good enough." Their RAS then filters future experiences to confirm this belief. They notice every rejection, every closed door, every setback. Another person gets rejected and thinks, "I am resilient. I am learning. I am getting closer to my goal." Their RAS filters for lessons, for growth, for the next opportunity. Same experience, different identity, different perception, different outcome. Your identity is your destiny, not because of some mystical force, but because your identity determines what you notice, what you focus on, what actions you take, and what meaning you assign to your experiences. Change your I am, and you change everything. Let me talk about something called mirror neurons, because this is crucial to understanding how your declarations affect not just you, but everyone around you. Mirror neurons are cells in your brain that fire both when you perform an action and when you observe someone else performing that action. They're the basis of empathy, of learning, of human connection. But they also explain why your energy affects others. When you're in a state of genuine confidence, when you truly embody "I am confident," people's mirror neurons pick up on that. They feel it. They respond to it. Not to your words, but to your state of being. This is why authenticity is so powerful. People can feel when you're truly embodying your declarations versus just saying words. Their nervous system knows the difference. This is also why it's crucial that you generate the feeling first, before the evidence appears. If you wait for circumstances to make you feel confident, you're giving your power away to external factors. But when you generate confidence internally through your I am declarations and emotional embodiment, you become the source. You broadcast that frequency, and others respond to it at a neurological level. There's groundbreaking research being done on something called heart coherence. The HeartMath Institute has been studying this for decades. When your heart rhythm becomes coherent, when it's in a smooth, ordered pattern, it creates a powerful electromagnetic signal that synchronizes your entire body. Your heart rhythm affects your brain function. It affects your hormonal system. It even affects people near you. And here's the beautiful part. You can create heart coherence intentionally. When you place your attention on your heart area and generate feelings of gratitude, love, or appreciation while you make your I am declarations, you create coherence. You align your heart and brain. You optimize your electromagnetic field. You become a powerful, coherent broadcaster of your chosen frequency. Studies have shown that when you're in heart coherence, your intuition improves. Your creativity increases. Your immune function enhances. You make better decisions. You perform at higher levels. This isn't just feeling good. This is optimizing every system in your body through the power of your conscious intention and elevated emotion. Your DNA itself responds to your consciousness. This field is called epigenetics, and it's revolutionizing biology. For years, we thought our genes were our destiny. We thought we were victims of our genetic code. But we now know that's not true. While you can't change your genetic sequence, You can absolutely change which genes are expressed and which are suppressed. Your thoughts, your emotions, your beliefs, they all affect gene expression. Stress turns on genes associated with inflammation and disease. Elevated emotions turn on genes associated with health and vitality. When you shift from "I am sick" to "I am healthy and whole," you're not just playing mind games. You're actually signaling your cells to express different genetic information. Think about what this means. You're not a victim of your biology. You're not stuck with your family health history. You have influence, you have power. Your "I am" declarations, when combined with the corresponding emotions, send signals to your cells that affect which genetic programs run and which stay dormant. This is the future of medicine, but you don't have to wait for the medical establishment to catch up. You can start using this power right now. Every time you declare your new identity with genuine feeling, you're not just changing your thoughts. You're changing your brain structure, your electromagnetic field, your gene expression, and your reality. The science is clear. You are a quantum creator, a neuroplastic miracle, an electromagnetic being with the power to influence matter through consciousness. This isn't belief. This is biology. This is physics. This is the cutting edge of human understanding. And the most ancient spiritual teachings knew this all along. When you read sacred texts with this scientific understanding, they come alive in a new way. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. That's not just wisdom, that's neuroscience. Ask and you shall receive. That's not just prayer, that's quantum mechanics. The kingdom of heaven is within you. That's not just mysticism. That's the recognition that the creative power lives inside your consciousness. Science and spirituality were never opposites. They were always two languages describing the same truth. You are powerful beyond measure. You are connected to a field of infinite potential. You have the ability to collapse probability into reality through the focused direction of your consciousness. And your "I am" declarations are your primary tool for that focused direction. But knowing this intellectually isn't enough. You have to apply it. You have to practice it. You have to become so consistent with your new declarations that they become your automatic programming. You have to repeat them so often with so much emotion that your neural pathways rewire. Your subconscious accepts them as truth, and your electromagnetic field broadcasts them constantly. This is not positive thinking. This is not pretending. This is consciously using the laws of neuroscience, quantum physics, and electromagnetic fields to become the person you choose to be. This is working with reality as it actually is, not as you were taught it was. The impossible becomes possible when you understand the mechanics. Walking on water seems impossible until you understand surface tension and weight distribution. Flying seemed impossible until we understood aerodynamics and lift. And creating your reality seems impossible until you understand neuroplasticity, quantum observation, and electromagnetic resonance. You are not meant to be a passive observer of your life. You are designed to be an active creator. Your brain is wired for change. Your consciousness affects matter. Your heart generates a field that extends beyond your body. You are a walking, breathing, creative force. The question is not whether this works. The science is settled. The question is, will you use it? Will you take the power that's been yours all along and consciously direct it? Will you stop declaring yourself as your past and start declaring yourself as your future? Will you combine the ancient wisdom with modern understanding to become who you were always meant to be? I am a creator. I am powerful. I am limitless. Say it now. Feel it deeply. Let it rewire your brain. Let it shift your field. Let it collapse new possibilities into your reality. Because that's not just a statement. That's science. Your transformation is not just possible. Based on everything we now understand about how consciousness works, it's inevitable. The only question is when. And the answer to that is now. Always now. Because now is the only moment where creation happens. Now is where you access the quantum field. Now is where your neurons fire and wire. Now is where your I am has power. The secret is no longer hidden. The science has revealed what the sages always knew. You are the creator of your reality, and the laboratory of creation is your own consciousness. Welcome to your power. Chapter 3. The Invisible Thief of Your Identity. There's a thief living inside your mind, and it's been robbing you blind for years. But here's the twist that will change everything. You're the one who invited this thief in. You gave it the keys. You let it take up residence in your consciousness. And every single day, often multiple times per hour, this thief steals your power, your potential, and your peace. The name of this thief? Unconscious I am declarations. Right now, as you're hearing these words, you're probably making declarations about yourself that you don't even realize. They're so automatic, so ingrained, so much a part of your mental background noise that they've become invisible. But just because you can't see them doesn't mean they're not running your life. In fact, the declarations you don't notice are often the most powerful ones, precisely because they operate below your awareness, making decisions for you, limiting you, defining you, without your conscious permission. Let me ask you something, and I want you to really think about this. When you make a mistake, what's the first thing you say to yourself? When you look in the mirror, what runs through your mind? When someone compliments you, what's your internal response? When an opportunity appears, what's your gut reaction? These moments reveal your hidden I am declarations, the ones that are actually running your life while you think you're in control. I am stupid. I am ugly. I am not good enough. I am too old. I am too young. I am not qualified. I am unworthy. I am broken. I am damaged. I am just not that kind of person. Sound familiar? These declarations are so common, so normalized in our society, that most people don't even recognize them as declarations. They think they're just being realistic. They think they're being honest. They think they're just stating facts. But they're not stating facts. They're creating them. Here's what nobody told you about your identity. It's not something you discover. It's something you declare. You weren't born thinking I am not good enough. That's not in your DNA. That's not part of your original blueprint. You learned it. Someone taught it to you, directly or indirectly, and you, being the brilliant learning machine that you are, accepted it as truth and started declaring it as your identity. But just because you've been declaring something for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, doesn't make it true. It just makes it practiced. Think about a lie detector test. It doesn't actually detect lies. It detects stress, the physiological response to saying something you don't believe. But here's what's fascinating. If you repeat a lie enough times, if you declare it as truth over and over, your body stops having a stress response. You start to believe it. It becomes your truth, even if it's objectively false. This is how your limiting I am declarations work. You've repeated them so many times that they no longer feel like lies. They feel like reality. They feel like who you are. Let me tell you about Sarah. Sarah came to one of my workshops, convinced she was not a creative person. She said it casually, like stating her eye color or her height. I am just not creative. Never have been. When I asked her where that declaration came from, she had to think about it. Eventually, she remembered. 3rd grade. Her art teacher held up her painting as an example of what not to do. The class laughed, and in that moment, 8-year-old Sarah decided, I am not creative. She carried that declaration for 37 years. 37 years of avoiding anything creative. 37 years of dismissing ideas before they fully formed. 37 years of letting one thoughtless teacher's comment define an entire dimension of her being. But here's the beautiful part of Sarah's story. Once she identified that unconscious declaration, once she saw it for what it was, a learned limitation, not a truth, she could choose differently. She started declaring, I am creative, even though it felt uncomfortable at first. Within months, she had started painting again. Within a year, she had launched a business creating custom artwork. The creativity was always there. It was just buried under a false declaration that had been running on autopilot for decades. How many declarations are you carrying that aren't yours? How many limitations did you inherit from your parents, who inherited them from their parents, who inherited them from their parents? How many I am statements are you repeating that came from a moment of pain, a thoughtless comment, a childhood misunderstanding, or a cultural programming that has nothing to do with your true nature? Your parents might have said, money doesn't grow on trees, or we're not rich people, 1,000 times in your presence. And you absorbed it. You internalized it. You started declaring, I am not meant to be wealthy. Not because you chose it, but because you were programmed. Your first romantic rejection might have led you to declare, I am unlovable. Your first business failure might have created, I am not cut out for success. Your family's health history might have you declaring, I am genetically predisposed to illness. But none of these are absolute truths. They're just stories you've been telling yourself so consistently that they became your identity. Here's something most people never realize. You have multiple identities running simultaneously, and they're often in conflict with each other. You might consciously want to be wealthy, while unconsciously declaring, I am not good with money. You might desire a relationship while unconsciously broadcasting, I am not worthy of love. You might pursue a goal while unconsciously asserting, I am afraid of success. This internal conflict is why so many people work hard but don't get results. They're driving with one foot on the gas and one foot on the brake. Your conscious mind says, I want this. Your unconscious declarations say, but I am not the kind of person who has that. And guess which one wins? The unconscious always wins because it's running 95% of the show. You can't out-willpower your unconscious programming. You have to reprogram it. And the first step in reprogramming is awareness. You have to catch yourself in the act of these limiting declarations. Let me give you a framework for understanding how these unconscious declarations operate. They usually fall into a few categories. First, there are the identity declarations. I am a loser. I am a failure. I am a disappointment. These are the ones that define your core sense of self. Second, there are the capability declarations. I am not smart enough. I am not talented enough. I am not strong enough. These limit what you believe you can do. Third, there are the worthiness declarations. I am not deserving. I am not important. I am not enough. These determine what you believe you're allowed to have or experience. All of these declarations create a prison, but it's a prison without walls. It's a prison made entirely of your repeated thoughts and words. And the moment you see the bars for what they are, just declarations you've been making unconsciously, they lose their power. Because a declaration is not a fact, it's a choice. And you can make a different choice right now. Think about how insidious this is. Every time you say, "I am terrible at math," you're instructing your brain to be terrible at math. Every time you declare, "I am always late," you're programming yourself to be late. Every time you assert, "I am so forgetful," you're training your neurons to forget. You're not describing reality. You're prescribing it. You're the doctor writing the prescription for your own limitations. And it's not just what you say out loud. It's the running commentary in your head. The constant stream of self-judgment and self-definition that most people aren't even aware of. That voice that says, "There I go again," or "I knew I couldn't do it," or "This is just who I am." That voice is not describing you. It's creating you, moment by moment, declaration by declaration. I remember when I first became aware of my own unconscious declarations. I was shocked. I thought I was pretty self-aware. But when I started really paying attention to my internal dialogue, I realized I was constantly undermining myself. I am not good at public speaking. I am awkward in social situations. I am not the kind of person who exercises regularly. These declarations were so automatic that they felt like observations, like I was just noticing what was true. But they weren't observations. They were commands. And my brain and body were faithfully executing those commands. Here's what makes this even more powerful and more problematic. Other people's declarations about you can become your declarations if you're not careful. When someone says, "You're so lazy," or "You're too sensitive," or "You'll never amount to anything," they're offering you an identity. And if you accept it, if you start declaring it as your own, it becomes your reality. This is how generational patterns perpetuate. This is how family dynamics get locked in place. This is how cultural limitations get passed down. But it also works in reverse. When someone sees you as capable, as worthy, as powerful, and you accept that declaration, you can step into a bigger version of yourself. This is the power of a great teacher, a supportive parent, an encouraging friend. They hold a vision of who you are that's larger than your current self-image, and they reflect it back to you until you can see it for yourself. The problem is most people are surrounded by others who are also operating from unconscious limiting declarations. Misery loves company, as they say. People who have declared, "I am stuck," tend to want you to be stuck too, because your growth threatens their story. People who have declared, "I am a victim," will try to convince you that you're a victim too. Not because they're malicious, but because confirming their worldview makes them feel less alone in their limitations. This is why transformation can be lonely at first. When you start changing your "I am" declarations, when you start claiming power and possibility, the people around you might resist. They might mock your new declarations. They might tell you you're being unrealistic or arrogant or foolish. But they're not reacting to you. They're reacting to the fact that your expansion challenges their limitations. Your declaration of, "I am capable of more," holds up a mirror to their declaration of, "I am stuck where I am." Let me share something crucial about how unconscious declarations get reinforced. Your brain has something called confirmation bias. It looks for evidence that confirms what you already believe, and filters out evidence that contradicts it. So when you unconsciously declare, "I am unlucky," your brain starts noticing every piece of bad luck and ignoring every piece of good fortune. This creates a feedback loop. The more you notice evidence of being unlucky, the more you declare it, the more your brain looks for confirming evidence, and the cycle continues. Breaking this cycle requires conscious intervention. You have to catch yourself mid-declaration and choose differently. When you notice yourself thinking, "I am not good at this," you have to pause and ask, "Is this true? Or is this just a habit of thought? Where did this declaration come from? Is it serving me? Do I want to keep it?" Most limiting declarations come from moments of pain or fear. Something didn't work out, so you declared yourself a failure to protect yourself from trying again and potentially experiencing more pain. Someone rejected you, so you declared yourself unlovable to avoid the vulnerability of future rejection. You experienced lack, so you declared yourself poor to justify not pursuing abundance. These declarations were coping mechanisms, protection strategies, ways to make sense of difficult experiences, and they served a purpose at the time. But they're not serving you anymore. Think about a hermit crab. As it grows, it needs to leave its shell and find a bigger one. If it stays in the small shell, it stops growing. It becomes cramped, limited, unable to reach its full size. Your limiting declarations are like that small shell. They might have protected you once, but now they're constraining you. It's time to leave them behind and step into declarations that have room for your full expansion. Here's something that might surprise you. Sometimes your limiting declarations are actually protecting you from something you fear more than limitation itself. You might unconsciously declare, "I am not capable of success," because deep down, you're afraid of what success would require of you. The responsibility, the visibility, the expectations. It feels safer to declare yourself incapable than to face those fears. You might declare, "I am not attractive," because being attractive might invite attention you're not ready to handle. You might declare, "I am bad with money," because financial success might change your relationships or create family jealousy. This is called secondary gain, and it's one of the sneakiest ways your unconscious declarations keep you stuck. Part of you gets something from staying limited, maybe sympathy, maybe the comfort of the familiar, maybe an excuse not to try, maybe a way to avoid disappointing others by succeeding where they haven't. Until you identify what you're getting from your limitations, you'll keep recreating them no matter how many positive affirmations you say. Let me tell you about Marcus. Marcus kept declaring, "I am terrible at relationships." Every relationship ended the same way. He'd meet someone amazing, things would go well for a few months, then he'd find a reason to leave. He thought he just had bad luck with partners. But when we dug deeper, we discovered his unconscious belief. If I get too close to someone, they'll see the real me and leave. So I am better off leaving first. His declaration of being terrible at relationships was actually a protection mechanism against the vulnerability of being truly seen and potentially abandoned. Once he identified this, he could address the real issue, his fear of abandonment, instead of just repeating the surface-level declaration. Your unconscious declarations are not your enemy. They're messengers. They're showing you where you need healing, where you need growth, where you need to choose differently. Every limiting "I am" statement is an invitation to dig deeper and ask, what am I afraid of? What am I protecting? What would change if I let this declaration go? And here's the beautiful truth. You can let it go. Right now, in this moment. You can recognize that every declaration is just a choice you've been making, and you can make a different choice. You don't need permission. You don't need to wait for circumstances to change. You don't need to earn the right to a new identity. You simply choose. You declare. You decide. But I need to be honest with you about something. Identifying your unconscious declarations is the easy part. Actually changing them, consistently and persistently enough that they rewire your brain and become your new automatic programming, that's the challenge. Because your old declarations have neural pathways, they have momentum, they have years or decades of repetition behind them. Your new declarations are like seedlings competing with established trees. They need consistent care and attention to grow strong enough to replace the old patterns. This is why most people give up. They identify their limiting declarations. They create new empowering ones. They say them for a few days or a few weeks. Nothing seems to change. The old patterns still feel more real, and they conclude that it doesn't work. But they quit right before the breakthrough. They quit before the new neural pathways strengthen. They quit before the new identity takes root. Your unconscious declarations took years to form. They won't dissolve overnight. But here's what I can promise you. They will dissolve if you stay consistent, if you catch yourself every time you slip into old patterns and consciously choose your new declaration, if you combine your new declarations with genuine feeling, if you act as if your new identity is already true. The old will fade. The new will become automatic. You will become who you declare yourself to be. Think about how you learned to drive a car. At first, every action was conscious and effortful. You had to think about the gas, the brake, the steering, the mirrors, all simultaneously. It was overwhelming, but you kept practicing, and eventually driving became automatic. Your unconscious mind took over. You could drive while having a conversation, while thinking about other things, because the neural pathways had been established. The same process works for identity. Your current limiting declarations are like automatic driving. You don't even think about them. But when you start declaring something new, it feels manual and forced at first. You have to consciously choose it. You have to remind yourself. It takes effort. But keep going. Because one day, not too far from now, your new declarations will be the automatic ones. You won't have to try to remember that you're capable, worthy, powerful. You'll just know it. You'll just be it. I want to address something important here. Some people worry that changing their I am declarations is being inauthentic or lying to themselves. They think that if they're not feeling confident, they shouldn't declare, I am confident, because that would be fake. But here's what they don't understand. You're always declaring an identity. Always. If you're not consciously choosing your declarations, your unconscious programming is choosing for you. So the question isn't whether to declare an identity. The question is, which identity to declare. Authenticity doesn't mean being bound to your past patterns. Authenticity means being true to who you're choosing to become, to your highest potential, to the version of yourself that's not limited by old wounds and inherited beliefs. When you declare I am confident, even before you feel it, you're not lying. You're leading. You're directing your consciousness toward the identity you choose to embody. The feeling follows the declaration, not the other way around. Here's a powerful practice that can help you identify your unconscious declarations. For the next few days, just notice. Don't try to change anything yet. Just become aware of how often you use I am in limiting ways. Notice it in your thoughts. Notice it in your conversations. Notice it in your internal reactions to events. Keep a mental or actual list. You might be shocked by how many times per day you're declaring yourself as limited, inadequate, or unworthy without even realizing it. Once you see the pattern, once you become aware of the thief that's been stealing your power, you can't unsee it. And that awareness itself is the beginning of freedom. Because you can't change what you don't acknowledge. You can't reprogram what you don't recognize as programming. But once you see your unconscious declarations for what they are, just habitual thoughts that have been practiced into seeming permanence, you realize you have a choice. And choice is where power lives. Not in circumstances, not in other people's opinions, not in your past, or your genetics, or your history, in your choice, in your conscious decision to declare yourself as you choose to be, rather than as you've been conditioned to be. The invisible thief has been exposed. The unconscious has been made conscious. The automatic has been interrupted. And in this interruption, in this gap between the old pattern and the new choice, your transformation lives. This is the space where you take back your power. This is the moment where you stop being a victim of your unconscious programming and become the conscious creator of your identity. So look at those limiting declarations you've been carrying. Really look at them. Thank them for trying to protect you, for serving whatever purpose they served. And then, with full awareness and intentional choice, release them. They're not you. They never were. They were just stories you told yourself, words you repeated, declarations you made unconsciously. And if you made them, you can unmake them. I am free to choose. I am no longer bound by unconscious patterns. I am the conscious creator of my identity. Let that be your new declaration. Feel it, mean it, become it. Because the thief only has power if you remain unaware. And now you're awake. Now you're conscious. Now you choose. The prison doors are open. The only question is, will you walk through them? Chapter 4, Breaking the Chains of the Limited. There's a moment in every transformation that nobody talks about. It's not the moment of breakthrough. It's not the moment of success. It's the moment right before everything changes, when you're standing at the edge of your old identity, knowing you need to let it go, but terrified of what happens next. It's the moment when you realize that becoming who you want to be means dying to who you've been, and that death, even when it's a death to limitation, feels scary as hell. Let me be absolutely clear about something. You cannot become a new person while clinging to your old identity. You cannot step into, I am powerful, while holding on to, I am a victim. You cannot embody, I am abundant, while clutching, I am poor. You cannot declare, I am worthy, while keeping, I am not enough, as a backup plan. Transformation requires release. It requires surrender. It requires a willingness to let the old version of you die so the new version can be born. This is what nobody tells you when they talk about positive thinking or manifestation or changing your life. They make it sound easy. Just say some affirmations. Just visualize your dreams. Just think positive thoughts. But they skip over the most crucial part, the death of the old self. And until you're willing to go through that death, you'll stay stuck in the gap between who you are and who you want to be, frustrated and confused about why nothing's changing. Think about a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. The caterpillar doesn't just grow wings and fly away. It has to completely dissolve. Inside the cocoon, the caterpillar literally liquefies. Its entire structure breaks down into a soup of cells. Only then can those cells reorganize into something new. The butterfly doesn't emerge from the caterpillar. The butterfly emerges from the death of the caterpillar. There's no other way. Your transformation works the same way. Your limited identity has to dissolve before your expanded identity can form. The structure of who you've been has to break down before the structure of who you're becoming can build up. This process is uncomfortable. It's disorienting. It challenges everything you thought you knew about yourself, and it's absolutely necessary. Here's what this looks like in real life. You've been declaring, I am someone who struggles financially for 20 years. That declaration has created neural pathways in your brain. It's created habitual behaviors around money. It's created a sense of identity, a story about who you are. And as limiting as that identity is, it's familiar. It's comfortable in its discomfort. You know how to be the person who struggles with money. You've practiced it for so long that it feels like you. Now you want to change. You start declaring, I am financially abundant. At first it feels fake because it contradicts everything you've practiced. But you keep going. And here's where it gets interesting and challenging. As your new declaration starts to take root, your old identity begins to resist. Not because it's evil or because you're sabotaging yourself, but because your brain perceives the change as a threat to your survival. Your brain's primary job is to keep you alive, and it does that by keeping you consistent. From your brain's perspective, the identity you've had for 20 years is safe because you've survived with it. This new identity is unknown and therefore potentially dangerous, so your brain will do everything in its power to pull you back to familiar patterns. It will create fear. It will generate doubt. It will remind you of every past failure. It will make your new declarations feel absurd. This is not a flaw in the process. This is the process. Understanding this changes everything, because now when you feel resistance, when you feel that pullback to your old identity, you know what's happening. Your brain is just trying to keep you safe. Your old identity is fighting for its survival, and you can acknowledge that fear while still choosing to move forward. You can thank your brain for trying to protect you while gently insisting on your new declaration. Let me tell you about Jennifer. Jennifer had declared herself that I am anxious for as long as she could remember. Anxiety was her identity. It's how she introduced herself to new therapists. It's how she explained her behaviors to friends. It was the lens through which she saw herself. When she started declaring, I am calm and centered, something unexpected happened. She got more anxious, not less. More. At first she thought it meant the declarations weren't working. She was ready to give up. But then she understood what was actually happening. Her old identity was having its death throes. The neural pathways of anxiety were firing harder, trying to reassert themselves, fighting for survival. Her brain was saying, wait. We've always been anxious. That's who we are. This calm person is an imposter. The increased anxiety wasn't a sign of failure. It was a sign that real change was happening. The old identity was dying, and it was not going quietly. Jennifer stayed consistent with her new declarations. She sat with the discomfort. She didn't let the temporary increase in anxiety convince her to return to her old identity. And within a few weeks, something shifted. The anxiety began to genuinely decrease. The calm she had been declaring started to feel real. Her brain began to accept the new identity. The old neural pathways weakened. The new ones strengthened. The caterpillar had dissolved. The butterfly was emerging. This is the crucible of transformation, and you have to know it's coming so you don't quit when you're right in the middle of it. There will be a period where your new declarations feel uncomfortable, where your old patterns fight back harder, where you question everything. This is not a sign to stop. This is a sign that you're doing it right. The death of the old identity is never comfortable, but it's always necessary. Here's another layer of this that's crucial to understand. Your identity is not just in your mind, it's in your body. Your body has been practicing being the limited version of you for years or decades. Your nervous system knows how to be anxious, how to be small, how to be struggling. It's stored in your muscle memory, in your posture, in your breathing patterns, in your cellular structure. When you start declaring a new identity, Your mind might be on board, but your body needs time to catch up. This is why embodiment is so important. You can't just think your way into a new identity. You have to feel it in your body. When you declare, "I am confident," you need to stand like a confident person. Breathe like a confident person. Move like a confident person. Your body needs to practice the new identity as much as your mind does. This is not fake it till you make it. This is training your nervous system to match your new declaration. Your body is incredibly intelligent, but it's also incredibly habitual. It knows how to execute the programs it's been running. When you install a new program, there's a learning curve. Your body might feel awkward or uncomfortable at first. You might feel like you're pretending or acting. That's normal. You're teaching your body a new way of being. Give it time. Give it practice. Give it patience. Eventually, the new way becomes the natural way. Think about learning a new language. At first, you have to consciously think about every word, every grammatical rule. It's exhausting. It doesn't flow. But if you keep practicing, one day you realize you're thinking in the new language. It has become natural. Your new identity works the same way. At first, it requires conscious effort. But with consistency, it becomes automatic. It becomes you. Now let's talk about the social dimension of releasing your old identity, because this is where it gets really tricky. The people in your life have known you as a certain person. They have expectations of how you'll behave, what you'll say, what you're capable of. And when you start showing up differently, when you start embodying a new identity, they might not know what to do with the new you. Some people will celebrate your transformation. They'll encourage your growth. They'll support your new declarations. These are your people. Hold on to them. But others, and this is hard to accept, will try to pull you back to who you were. Not because they don't love you, but because your change threatens their own sense of stability. If you can change, it means they can change, and that's terrifying if they're not ready for it. So they'll remind you of your past mistakes. They'll question your new behaviors. They'll make jokes about your phase. They'll try to get you to act like the old you. This is one of the hardest parts of breaking the chains of your limited identity, realizing that some relationships were built on your limitations. Some people were comfortable with you being small because it made them feel better about their own smallness. Some people benefited from you being stuck because it meant they weren't alone in being stuck. And when you choose to be unstuck, when you choose expansion, those relationships might not survive. That's painful, but it's also necessary. You cannot betray yourself to maintain relationships that require your limitation to exist. Read that again. You cannot sacrifice your growth to keep peace with people who are threatened by your expansion. That doesn't mean being cruel or abandoning people. It means setting boundaries. It means staying true to your new declarations, even when others pressure you to return to your old identity. It means loving people from a distance, if being close to them requires you to stay small. I went through this myself. I had friends who knew me as the perpetual struggler, the one who always had drama, the one who complained about life. When I started changing my declarations, when I started embodying, "I am successful and I am at peace," they didn't know how to relate to me anymore. Some adjusted and stayed in my life. Others couldn't or wouldn't, and those friendships faded. It hurt. But staying in my old identity to maintain those friendships would have hurt more. Sometimes the price of transformation is loneliness before you find your new tribe. Here's what I want you to understand with absolute clarity. Every single identity you've ever held was just a collection of repeated thoughts, feelings, and actions that became familiar enough to feel permanent. But nothing about your identity is actually permanent. Your identity is fluid. It's changeable. It's a choice you're making in every moment, whether consciously or unconsciously. The limited identity you've been carrying is not who you are. It's who you've been practicing being. And if you've practiced being limited, you can practice being limitless. If you've practiced being a victim, you can practice being powerful. If you've practiced being small, you can practice being expansive. It's the same mechanism. It's the same process. You're just redirecting it toward a different destination. But here's the key. You have to completely release the old identity, not just add new declarations on top of it. Think of it like moving to a new house. You can't live in two houses simultaneously. You can't keep one foot in your old apartment while trying to settle into your new home. You have to pack up. You have to say goodbye. You have to close that door before you can fully open the new one. This means grieving your old identity, even if it was limiting. This might sound strange, but it's important. That limited version of you served a purpose. It kept you safe in some way, even if that safety was the safety of the familiar. It gave you an identity, even if that identity was painful. It connected you to certain people, even if those connections were based on shared limitation. Acknowledge what that identity gave you, thank it for its service, and then release it. You don't need it anymore. There's a powerful practice I want to share with you, and it might feel uncomfortable, but it works. Write a goodbye letter to your old identity. Address it directly. Dear person who I was when I believed I wasn't enough. Thank you for trying to protect me from disappointment by keeping my expectations low. Thank you for all the ways you tried to keep me safe. But I don't need that protection anymore. I'm choosing differently now. I'm choosing expansion. I'm choosing power. I'm choosing to believe in my worthiness. And so, I release you with gratitude. This might seem silly or overly dramatic, but there's deep psychological power in this kind of conscious closure. You're giving your brain a clear signal. The old identity is complete. We're moving on. This creates space for the new identity to establish itself without constantly battling the ghost of who you were. Now let's address something that comes up for almost everyone going through this process. The fear that without your limitations, you won't know who you are. Your struggles, your wounds, your limitations, they've been such a big part of your identity that removing them feels like removing yourself. Who are you without your anxiety? Who are you without your story of hardship? Who are you without your excuses? This fear is real, and it's valid, but it's based on a misunderstanding. You are not your limitations. You never were. Your limitations were just clouds covering the sun. The sun was always there, shining, constant, powerful. You just couldn't see it through the clouds. When you release your limited identity, you're not losing yourself. You're revealing yourself. You're uncovering who you actually are beneath all the layers of conditioning, wounding, and inherited beliefs. The real you, the essential you, is limitless. It's powerful. It's creative. It's abundant. It's whole. Everything else was just costume, just programming, just a role you were playing. And you've played it so long you forgot it was a role. But it is. And you can take off the costume whenever you choose. You can step out of the role whenever you decide. The real you is waiting beneath all of that, ready to emerge the moment you stop identifying with your limitations. Here's a truth that will set you free. You don't have to know who you'll be after you release your old identity. You don't have to have the new you all figured out before you let the old you go. That's not how transformation works. The new you emerges from the space created by releasing the old you. You can't plan it, or control it, or design it from your current level of consciousness. You have to trust the process. You have to surrender to not knowing. You have to be willing to exist in the chrysalis, in the dissolution phase, without needing to know what the butterfly will look like. This requires faith, not religious faith necessarily, but faith in the process of transformation itself. Faith that when you release limitation, expansion is what remains. Faith that your true nature is more magnificent than any limited identity you've been holding. Faith that you are held by something greater than your conscious understanding as you go through this death and rebirth. Let me tell you what happens when you truly release your old identity. There's a gap, a space, a void. You've let go of who you were, but you haven't fully become who you're going to be yet. This gap is uncomfortable. Your mind wants to fill it immediately. It wants certainty. It wants definition. It wants to know who you are. And the temptation here is to rush into a new identity too quickly before you've fully released the old one, or to panic and grab back onto your old identity because at least it's familiar. Don't do either. Sit in the gap. Exist in the void. Let yourself be undefined for a moment. This is where the magic happens. This is where real transformation occurs. Not in the old identity, not in the new identity, but in the space between, where infinite possibilities exist before they collapse into a specific reality. This is where you meet your true self, the one that's not defined by any limitation or any achievement, but just is. The mystics have always understood this. The dark night of the soul, the desert, the wilderness. Every spiritual tradition has recognized that true transformation requires a period of dissolution, of not knowing, of existing in the space between death and rebirth. This isn't a bug in the process. It's a feature. It's necessary. It's sacred. And here's what I need you to trust. You will not stay in this gap forever. It might feel like it in the moment. It might feel like you're losing yourself. But you're not. You're finding yourself. And when you emerge from this space, when your new declarations begin to solidify into a new identity, you'll look back and realize that the gap, the void, the uncomfortable in-between, was actually the birthplace of your transformation. So how do you break the chains of your limited identity? Not through force, not through willpower alone, but through conscious choice, repeated consistently, combined with a willingness to let the old die. You choose your new declaration. You feel it deeply. You embody it physically. You stay with it when resistance arises. You sit in the discomfort of the gap. You trust the process. And slowly, surely, inevitably, the old chains dissolve, and you find yourself free. I am no longer bound by who I was. I am willing to release the old to embrace the new. I am strong enough to exist in the space between. I am becoming who I was always meant to be. These aren't just words. These are the keys to your prison. Use them, speak them, feel them, embody them, and watch as the chains that have held you for so long simply fall away. The caterpillar must dissolve for the butterfly to emerge. The old must die for the new to be born. Your limited identity must be released for your limitless self to be revealed. This is the law of transformation, and you cannot bypass it. But here's the beautiful truth. You don't have to do this alone. The intelligence that transforms the caterpillar into the butterfly is the same intelligence that will transform you. Trust it. Surrender to it. Let it do its work. Your chains are breaking. Your old identity is dissolving. Your new self is emerging. All that's required is your willingness to let it happen. Are you willing? Are you ready? Because the chrysalis is calling, and on the other side of this necessary death is a version of you that's more magnificent than you've ever imagined. It's time. Let go. Dissolve. Transform. Emerge. Your limitless self is waiting. Chapter 5. The Emotional Alchemy of I Am. Here's the secret that separates people who transform their lives from people who just think about transforming their lives. Emotion is the language of creation. Not words, not thoughts, not logic. Emotion. And until you understand how to alchemize your emotions, how to generate the feeling of your desired reality before it manifests in physical form, your declarations will remain empty words floating in space, powerless to create the change you seek. Let me start with a hard truth that most people don't want to hear. You can say, I am abundant, 10,000 times a day, every day, for a year. And if you're not feeling abundance in your body while you say it, nothing will change. Nothing. Because the universe doesn't respond to your words. Your brain doesn't respond to your words. The quantum field doesn't respond to your words. They all respond to your frequency. And your frequency is determined by what you feel, not what you say. Think about it this way. If you've ever been around someone who says all the right things, but something feels off, you know what I'm talking about. They're saying they're fine, but you can feel that they're not. They're saying they're confident, but you can sense their fear. They're saying they're happy, but you can feel their sadness. What you're picking up on is the discrepancy between their words and their emotional state. Their frequency doesn't match their message, and frequency always wins. Your subconscious mind, which is running 95% of your reality, doesn't speak English or any language. It speaks feeling. It speaks emotion. It speaks vibration. When you say, I am successful, with your mouth, but feel like a failure in your body, your subconscious receives the feeling and ignores the words. When you declare, I am loved, with your voice, but feel unworthy in your heart, your subconscious creates more experiences of unworthiness because that's the signal it's receiving. This is why affirmations alone don't work for most people. They're treating their declarations like a recipe. Just say the right words and the result will appear. But it doesn't work that way. Your declarations are not a recipe. They're a frequency generator. And the frequency you generate is determined entirely by the emotion you feel when you make the declaration. Here's where most people get stuck. They understand they need to feel the emotion, but they think they need evidence first. They think, I'll feel abundant when I have money in my bank account. I'll feel successful when I achieve the goal. I'll feel loved when someone loves me. I'll feel confident when I've proven myself. But this is backwards. This is the fundamental misunderstanding that keeps people trapped in limitation. You don't get the feeling from the manifestation. You get the manifestation from the feeling. The emotion comes first, always. You have to generate the feeling before you have the evidence. You have to become abundant in consciousness before you become abundant in circumstance. You have to feel successful before success appears. You have to feel loved before love arrives. This is the alchemy. This is the transmutation. This is the magic. Let me explain why this works at the level of neuroscience and quantum physics. When you generate an emotion, your body releases specific chemical signals. These chemicals literally bathe your cells in information. They tell your cells how to behave, which genes to express, how to function. When you feel fear, stress hormones flood your system. Your cells close down. Your body goes into survival mode. When you feel joy, love, or gratitude, completely different chemicals are released. Your cells open up. Your body goes into creation mode. Your brain also responds to emotion at the neurological level. When you feel the emotion of abundance, your brain fires and wires the neural networks of abundance. When you feel the emotion of success, you're literally building the brain of a successful person. Remember, your brain cannot tell the difference between a real experience and an imagined one that's vivid and emotional enough. So when you close your eyes and generate the feeling of already having what you desire, your brain thinks you're actually experiencing it. It creates the neural pathways as if it's real. And at the quantum level, your emotional state affects your electromagnetic field. When you feel elevated emotions, your heart generates a coherent electromagnetic field that extends several feet beyond your body. This field carries information. It broadcasts a signal. And the quantum field, which is pure potential waiting to be formed into matter, responds to that signal. You're literally pulling your desired reality into form through the coherence and power of your emotional field. This is why gratitude is such a powerful practice, not because you're being polite to the universe, but because gratitude generates a specific emotional signature that tells every cell in your body, every neuron in your brain, and every wave in the quantum field, I have received. I am abundant. I am blessed. And when you send that signal consistently, reality reorganizes itself to match it. But here's where it gets tricky. Most people can't generate genuine elevated emotions around what they desire because they're so focused on the fact that they don't have it yet. They try to feel abundant and immediately their mind shows them their bank account. They try to feel successful and their mind reminds them of their current circumstances. They try to feel loved and their mind points out their empty bed. The gap between where they are and where they want to be feels so vast that the emotion feels fake. This is the gap that stops most people. They can't bridge the space between their current reality and their desired reality with genuine emotion. So they either give up, deciding that this whole manifestation thing doesn't work, or they fake the emotion, which doesn't work either because your body knows when you're faking. Your subconscious knows. Your electromagnetic field knows. You can't fake frequency. So how do you generate genuine elevated emotion for something you don't have yet? How do you feel abundant when you're broke? How do you feel successful when you're struggling? How do you feel loved when you're alone? This is the art of emotional alchemy, and I'm about to give you the keys. First, you need to understand that emotion is not dependent on circumstance. This is the lie we've all been taught, that our emotions are caused by external events. Someone does something, so we feel angry. We lose something, so we feel sad. We gain something, so we feel happy. But this is not actually how it works. External events don't create emotions. They trigger emotions. There's a huge difference. Emotion is an internal event generated by your interpretation of circumstances and your habitual patterns of response. Two people can experience the identical situation and feel completely different emotions because they're interpreting it differently and they have different emotional habits. This means you have far more control over your emotional state than you realize. You're not at the mercy of your circumstances. You're the creator of your emotional experience. Once you understand this, once you really get that you can generate emotion independently of circumstance, everything changes. You realize you don't need evidence to feel the emotion. You can choose it. You can create it. You can practice it. And the more you practice elevated emotions, the more natural they become, until eventually they're your default state, regardless of what's happening around you. Let me give you a practical approach to this. Instead of trying to jump straight to the feeling of already having what you desire, which might feel too far from your current reality, start by accessing the feeling of moving toward it. Feel the excitement of getting closer. Feel the anticipation of it unfolding. Feel the satisfaction of progress. These emotions are easier to generate authentically because they don't require you to ignore your current reality. They just require you to focus on the direction you're moving rather than where you currently stand. Once you've practiced these bridge emotions and they feel genuine, you can start moving toward the emotions of already having what you desire. But here's the key. You have to find a way to generate those emotions that feels real to you. You can't force it. You can't pretend. You have to discover your own pathway to genuine feeling. For some people, memory is the key. You remember a time when you felt abundant, successful, loved, or powerful. You go back to that memory in vivid detail. You see what you saw, hear what you heard, feel what you felt, and you anchor into that emotion. It doesn't matter if the memory is about the exact thing you're trying to manifest. Abundant is abundant, whether it came from having money or having an amazing conversation or watching a sunset. Your body doesn't distinguish. It just knows the frequency of abundance. For others, imagination is more powerful. You close your eyes and you vividly imagine already having what you desire. But you don't just see it like watching a movie. You step into the scene. You see it from your own eyes. You feel the emotions you would feel if it were real right now. The joy, the relief, the excitement, the peace, the gratitude. You generate those emotions so vividly that your body believes it's experiencing the real thing. Some people find that nature opens their heart and makes it easier to access elevated emotions. They go outside, they connect with something larger than themselves, and from that expanded state, they can feel the emotions of their desired reality more authentically. Others use music. Others use movement. Others use breath. The method doesn't matter. What matters is that you find your pathway to genuine, elevated emotion. Let me share something from my own practice because this is where theory meets reality. There was a time when I was declaring, I am financially abundant, but I was barely making ends meet. Every time I tried to feel abundant, my mind would immediately show me my bills, my empty bank account, my lack. The emotion felt impossible to generate, so I had to get creative. I started small. Instead of trying to feel abundant about money, I noticed all the ways I was already abundant. I had abundant air to breathe, abundant water to drink, abundant friends who loved me, abundant ideas in my mind, abundant sunlight streaming through my window. And when I focused on these forms of abundance, genuine gratitude arose. My body felt the frequency of abundance, even though it wasn't about money yet. Once I could feel abundant gratitude for what I already had, I started adding, and more abundance is flowing to me now. I would feel the existing abundance, let that feeling fill my body, and then I would imagine financial abundance flowing in while maintaining that same feeling. I wasn't trying to jump from lack to abundance. I was using the abundance I could already feel as a bridge to the abundance I desired. And it worked. Within weeks, opportunities began appearing. Money started flowing from unexpected sources. My entire financial reality shifted. The key was that I found a way to generate the genuine emotion. I didn't fake it. I didn't force it. I found a pathway that felt real to my body, and from that authentic emotional state, my reality began to reorganize itself. Here's another crucial aspect of emotional alchemy. You have to practice it consistently. One time feeling abundant won't change your life. One moment of elevated emotion won't rewire your brain or shift your electromagnetic field permanently. You have to make it a practice. You have to train your body to maintain elevated emotional states despite what's happening in your external reality. Think of it like going to the gym. One workout won't transform your body. But if you go consistently, if you train regularly, your body changes. Your muscles develop. Your strength increases. Your physical form transforms. Emotional practice works the same way. Every time you generate elevated emotion intentionally, you're strengthening those neural pathways. You're training your body to hold that frequency. You're building emotional muscles. This is why I recommend dedicating time every single day to emotional practice. Not just when you feel like it, not just when it's convenient, but as a non-negotiable part of your daily routine. Just like you wouldn't skip brushing your teeth, you don't skip your emotional practice. Because this practice is literally creating your future. Every time you generate the feeling of your desired reality, you're pulling that reality closer to you. Some people practice first thing in the morning, before the demands of the day pull them back into habitual patterns. They wake up, and before checking their phone or getting out of bed, they spend 10 or 15 minutes generating the emotions of their new identity. They feel successful. They feel abundant. They feel loved. They feel powerful. They let those emotions saturate their cells before they encounter anything that might trigger their old emotional patterns. Others practice at night, right before sleep. This is actually incredibly powerful, because as you're falling asleep, you're entering a highly suggestible brainwave state. Your subconscious is wide open. If you generate elevated emotions as you drift off to sleep, you're programming your subconscious mind with those frequencies. You're literally installing new emotional software while your conscious mind powers down for the night. The specific timing matters less than the consistency. What matters is that you're training your body to feel the emotions of your desired reality every single day until those emotions become your natural state. Until you don't have to try to feel abundant, because abundance is your default frequency. Until you don't have to work to feel successful, because success is your baseline emotion. Until elevated states are not something you achieve occasionally, but something you live from constantly. Now let me address something that comes up for a lot of people. They're afraid that if they feel good before circumstances change, they'll become complacent. They think they need to stay a little bit dissatisfied, a little bit uncomfortable, to stay motivated. This is a complete misunderstanding of how creation works. Elevated emotions don't make you complacent. They make you inspired. They don't make you lazy. They make you magnetic. When you're operating from lack, from fear, from frustration, your actions are desperate and forced. You're pushing against reality, trying to make things happen through sheer will. It's exhausting, and it rarely produces the results you want. But when you're operating from elevated emotions, from the feeling of already having what you desire, your actions are inspired and aligned. You're pulled toward opportunities rather than pushing for them. Synchronicities appear. The right people show up. Doors open that you didn't even know existed. This is the difference between manifestation from lack and manifestation from wholeness. When you try to manifest from lack, from the feeling of not having, you're sending a signal of lack into the field, and the field gives you more lack because that's what you're broadcasting. But when you manifest from wholeness, from the feeling of already having, you're broadcasting abundance. And the field must match that frequency. This is not spiritual bypassing. This is not ignoring reality or pretending everything is fine when it's not. This is understanding that your emotional state is not a reflection of your circumstances. It's a creator of your circumstances. You're not feeling abundant because you're rich. You're rich because you feel abundant. You're not feeling successful because you've achieved. You've achieved because you feel successful. The emotion is the cause, not the effect. Let me give you a powerful practice for emotional alchemy that combines everything we've talked about. Find a quiet place where you won't be disturbed. Close your eyes. Take several deep breaths and place your attention on your heart center. Now bring to mind something you desire to manifest. But instead of focusing on the absence of it, imagine yourself already experiencing it right now. See yourself in that reality. What do you see around you? What do you hear? Who's with you? Make it vivid, make it detailed, and then this is the crucial part. Start generating the emotions you would feel if this were real right now. Not the emotions of wanting it, not the emotions of hoping for it, the emotions of having it. Feel the gratitude, feel the joy, feel the satisfaction, feel the peace. Let those emotions build in your body. Let them fill your chest, your stomach, your arms, your legs. Let every cell of your body vibrate with these elevated emotions. And here's what makes this alchemy. You stay in this emotional state, this feeling of already having what you desire, for as long as you can. Not just a few seconds, but minutes. You marinate in it. You let your body memorize this feeling. You let your brain create the neural pathways. You let your electromagnetic field broadcast this frequency out into the quantum field. When you do this practice daily, when you train your body to feel the emotions of your desired reality before it manifests, you become a magnet for that reality, because you're no longer vibrationally separate from it. You're no longer sending mixed signals. Your words say, "I am abundant," and your emotions confirm it. Your declaration and your frequency are aligned, and when they're aligned, manifestation is inevitable. This is the emotional alchemy of I am. It's the transmutation of your internal state, from reflecting your circumstances to creating your circumstances. It's the shift from being effect to being cause. It's the mastery of using emotion as the creative force it was always meant to be. I am the creator of my emotional state. I am capable of feeling my desired reality before it manifests. I am training my body to hold elevated frequencies. I am aligning my emotions with my declarations. Feel these statements. Don't just think them. Let them generate emotion in your body right now. Let them create a frequency. Let them broadcast a signal. Because that frequency, that signal, that emotion, that's what creates worlds. Your emotions are not something that happen to you. They're something you create. They're not a response to reality. They're a request to reality. They're not a reflection of what is. They're a declaration of what will be. Master your emotions and you master your manifestation. Generate elevated feelings before circumstances demand them, and you become the conscious creator you were always meant to be. The alchemy is simple, but not easy. Feel it first. Feel it fully. Feel it daily. Feel it deeply. And watch as reality reorganizes itself to match the frequency you're broadcasting. This is your power. This is your magic. This is your alchemy. The question is not whether it works. The question is, are you willing to feel it before you see it? Are you ready to become emotionally whole before circumstances reflect it? Because that's where creation lives, in the gap between the feeling and the form. And you, right now, have the power to feel anything you choose. Choose elevated. Choose powerful. Choose abundant. Choose love. And let the alchemy begin. Chapter 6. Reprogramming the operating system of your mind. Your subconscious mind is running your life right now. Not most of your life. Not some of your life. Your entire life. And here's the part that will either terrify you or liberate you. 95% of who you are by the time you're 35 years old is a set of memorized behaviors, automatic emotional reactions, hardwired beliefs, and unconscious attitudes that function just like computer programs. You're essentially running on autopilot, executing code that was written years or even decades ago, most of it without your conscious awareness or permission. Think about it. You wake up on the same side of the bed. You follow the same morning routine. You think the same thoughts you thought yesterday. You feel the same emotions you felt last week. You make the same choices you made last month. You create the same experiences you created last year. Not because you consciously choose to, but because your subconscious mind is running a program, and that program is playing on repeat. You're not living, you're replaying. The reason your I am declarations haven't transformed your life yet, if they haven't, is not because they don't work. It's because you're trying to install new software while the old operating system is still running at full capacity. You're consciously declaring, I am abundant, for 5 minutes a day, while your subconscious is declaring, I am struggling, for the other 23 hours and 55 minutes. It's like trying to drive north while your GPS is programmed for south. You might make a little progress, but you're fighting the system every inch of the way. Your subconscious mind is not your enemy. It's actually trying to help you. Its primary job is to keep you alive and consistent. It takes everything you repeatedly think, feel, and do, and turns it into automatic programs so you don't have to consciously think about every single action. This is incredibly useful. You don't have to consciously remember how to walk, how to breathe, how to drive a car once you've learned. Your subconscious handles all of that, freeing up your conscious mind for other things. But here's the problem. Your subconscious doesn't distinguish between programs that serve you and programs that limit you. It doesn't judge. It doesn't evaluate. It just records and repeats. If you grew up hearing, money is the root of all evil, your subconscious recorded that and created programs to keep you away from money. If you experienced rejection and decided, I am not lovable, your subconscious accepted that as fact and created programs to confirm it. If you failed at something and declared, I am not capable, your subconscious built an entire operating system around that limitation. And this is why willpower alone doesn't create lasting change. You can consciously force yourself to do something different for a little while, but eventually your willpower runs out and your subconscious programs take over again. This is why diets fail, why New Year's resolutions don't last, why people return to their old patterns even when they genuinely want to change. They're trying to override their subconscious programming with conscious effort, and that's an exhausting battle you cannot win long term. The solution is not to fight your subconscious. The solution is to reprogram it, to install new software, to create new automatic programs that align with who you're choosing to become, rather than who you've been conditioned to be. And your I am declarations, when done correctly and consistently, are the most powerful reprogramming tools you have. But before you can install new programs, you need to understand how the subconscious mind actually works. Your subconscious operates in the present moment. It has no concept of past or future. Everything is now. When you repeatedly declare, I am successful, Your subconscious doesn't hear that as something you want to be in the future. It hears it as what you are declaring yourself to be right now. And if you declare it often enough, with enough emotion, your subconscious accepts it as true and begins reorganizing all your automatic programs to match that new truth. Your subconscious is also incredibly literal. It doesn't understand negation. When you think, "I am not poor," your subconscious hears poor and creates programs around poverty. When you declare, "I am not afraid," it hears afraid and reinforces fear. This is why positive declarations are so much more effective than negative ones. You have to tell your subconscious what you are, not what you're not. "I am abundant" works. "I am not broke" doesn't. Here's something most people don't realize. Your subconscious mind is most receptive to new programming during specific states of consciousness. When your brain waves slow down from beta, which is your normal waking state, to alpha and theta, which are more relaxed and meditative states, your conscious mind's critical faculty reduces and your subconscious becomes highly suggestible. This is why hypnosis works. This is why meditation is so powerful. This is why your last thoughts before sleep are so important. The moments right before you fall asleep and right after you wake up are golden opportunities for reprogramming because you're naturally in these slower brainwave states. Your conscious mind hasn't fully engaged yet in the morning, and it's powering down at night. Your subconscious is open, receptive, ready to receive new instructions. If you use these windows to declare your new identity with genuine feeling, you're installing programs directly into the operating system when the firewall is down. Let me give you a practice that has transformed countless lives, including my own. Every night before you go to sleep, lie in bed and place your attention on your heart. Take slow, deep breaths until you feel your body beginning to relax. Then start declaring your new identity. I am abundant. I am successful. I am loved. I am powerful. I am healthy. I am at peace. But don't just say the words. Feel them. Generate the emotions associated with each declaration. Let your body feel what it would feel like if these were already completely true. As you declare and feel, you're in that twilight state between waking and sleeping. Your brainwaves are slowing. Your subconscious is open, and you're installing new programs. You're literally programming your mind as you drift off to sleep. And here's what's powerful. While you sleep, your subconscious processes and integrates what you gave it in those last conscious moments. You're doing the reprogramming work, even while your conscious mind is completely offline. The same process works in the morning. Before you reach for your phone, before you start thinking about your day, before you fully engage your conscious mind, spend a few minutes in that drowsy state, declaring your new identity. Your subconscious has been working all night processing and integrating, and now you're reinforcing the new programs first thing in the morning. You're setting the frequency for your entire day before the external world has a chance to pull you back into old patterns. But reprogramming isn't just about these prime time moments. It's about repetition throughout your day. Your subconscious learns through repetition. The more times you declare something, the deeper the groove you carve in your neural pathways. Think of it like walking through a forest. The first time you walk a certain path, you're pushing through brush and branches. It's difficult. But if you walk that same path every single day, eventually you create a clear trail, then a path, then a road. That's what repetition does in your brain. This is why I recommend setting reminders throughout your day to pause and declare your new identity. Every couple of hours, stop whatever you're doing, take 3 deep breaths, and make your declarations with feeling. It only takes a minute, but you're reinforcing the new programs. You're telling your subconscious, this is who I am, not who I hope to be, not who I'm trying to become, who I am right now. Some people resist this level of repetition. They think it's obsessive or that they should be able to just decide once and have it stick. But that's not how the subconscious works. Your current programming wasn't installed with one thought. It was installed through years of repetition. You didn't think, I am not enough once, and have it become your identity. You thought it thousands of times. You felt it thousands of times. It was reinforced by experiences, by other people's words, by your own interpretations of events. That's a lot of programming to override. The good news is that you don't need years to install new programming, because you're doing it consciously now. You're doing it with awareness and intention and elevated emotion. That accelerates the process dramatically. But you do need consistency. You do need repetition. You do need to show your subconscious that this new identity is not just a passing thought, but a committed decision. Here's where visualization becomes a powerful reprogramming tool. Your subconscious mind thinks in images, not words. When you visualize yourself living as the person you're declaring yourself to be, when you see yourself in your mind's eye being abundant, being successful, being loved, being powerful, you're giving your subconscious specific programming instructions. You're showing it exactly what to create. But here's the key with visualization. It has to be first person. You have to see it from your own eyes, not watching yourself from the outside like a movie. When you're in the experience, seeing what you would see and feeling what you would feel, your brain creates the neural pathways as if you're actually living it. Your subconscious cannot tell the difference between a vividly imagined experience and a real one. They both create the same neural and chemical changes in your body. This is why athletes use visualization. Studies have shown that basketball players who visualize making free throws improve almost as much as players who physically practice. Their muscles show measurable activation during visualization. Their neural pathways strengthen. Their subconscious is being programmed for success, and you can use the exact same technique to reprogram your identity. Combine your I am declarations with vivid visualization. Declare, I am abundant, and then close your eyes and see yourself checking your bank account with plenty of money. Feel the relief, the security, the freedom. Declare, I am successful, and see yourself accomplishing your goals, receiving recognition, experiencing achievement. Feel the pride, the satisfaction, the joy. Declare, I am loved, and see yourself surrounded by people who care about you, feeling their love, receiving their affection. Feel the warmth, the connection, the safety. The more vivid and detailed your visualizations, the more powerful the reprogramming. Your subconscious loves details. It loves sensory information. What are you wearing? What do you see around you? What sounds do you hear? What can you touch? What can you smell? The more senses you engage in your visualization, the more real it becomes to your subconscious, and the faster it accepts this as your new reality and creates programs to match it. Now let me address something crucial about the reprogramming process: resistance. As you start installing new programs, your old programs will fight back. This is not a sign that you're doing something wrong. This is a sign that real change is happening. Your subconscious has been running certain programs for years or decades. Those programs have neural pathways. They have momentum. They have a kind of life of their own. and they don't want to be replaced. This resistance might show up as increased anxiety or fear. It might show up as sudden doubts about whether this is working. It might show up as old patterns returning with a vengeance. It might show up as external circumstances seeming to get worse before they get better. Don't interpret this as failure. Interpret it as the death throes of old programming. Your subconscious is essentially saying, "Wait, we've always done it this way." This new way is unfamiliar and therefore potentially dangerous. Let's go back to what we know. This is where most people quit. They experience this resistance and think it means the reprogramming isn't working, but the resistance is actually proof that it is working. The old programs wouldn't be fighting if they weren't being threatened. Stay consistent. Keep declaring. Keep feeling. Keep visualizing. The resistance will pass. The old programs will weaken. The new programs will strengthen. But you have to outlast the resistance period. Think of it like renovating a house while you're still living in it. For a while, everything is chaos. Things are torn apart. It's uncomfortable. It would be easy to stop the renovation and go back to the old house, even if the old house was limiting and didn't serve you. But if you push through the chaos, if you complete the renovation, you end up with a space that's so much better than what you started with. Reprogramming your subconscious is the same. Push through the chaos. Complete the renovation. The new mental and emotional space you create will be worth every moment of discomfort. Let me share a powerful technique for working with resistance. When you notice old patterns emerging, when you catch yourself falling back into old declarations or old behaviors, don't judge yourself. Don't shame yourself. Don't see it as failure. Just observe it with curiosity and compassion, and then consciously choose your new declaration. There's the old program running, but that's not who I am anymore. I am abundant. I am successful. I am worthy. Acknowledge the old pattern without identifying with it, and then reassert your new identity. This conscious interruption of old patterns and immediate replacement with new declarations is incredibly powerful. You're literally catching your subconscious in the act of running old software and installing new software in real time. Each time you do this, you weaken the old neural pathway and strengthen the new one. You're rewriting code on the fly. Another crucial aspect of subconscious reprogramming is the environment you create. Your subconscious is constantly receiving input from your environment. The people you spend time with, the content you consume, the conversations you have, the places you go, all of this is programming you. If you're trying to reprogram yourself for abundance while surrounding yourself with people who constantly complain about lack, you're fighting an uphill battle. This doesn't mean you have to completely abandon everyone in your life or become a hermit. But it does mean being conscious about what you allow into your mental and emotional space. Choose content that reinforces your new identity. Spend time with people who see you as you're choosing to become, not as you've been. Have conversations that elevate rather than diminish. Create an environment that supports your new programming rather than reinforcing your old programming. Your subconscious is like a sponge, absorbing everything around it. If you immerse that sponge in positivity, possibility, and empowerment, it absorbs those qualities. If you immerse it in negativity, limitation, and disempowerment, it absorbs those instead. You have more control over your environment than you think. Use that control consciously. Curate your inputs as carefully as you would curate your food if you were trying to transform your physical health. Here's something that dramatically accelerates subconscious reprogramming. Acting as if. When you start taking actions that align with your new identity, even small actions, You're giving your subconscious powerful evidence that this new identity is real. If you're declaring, "I am confident," stand like a confident person. Walk like a confident person. Speak like a confident person. If you're declaring, "I am abundant," treat yourself abundantly. Make choices from abundance rather than scarcity. Your subconscious learns from your behaviors just as much as from your thoughts and feelings. When your actions align with your declarations, you create congruence. You're sending the same message through multiple channels, words, emotions, behaviors, all saying the same thing. This integrated approach is far more powerful than declarations alone. You're not just thinking your new identity or feeling your new identity. You're living your new identity, and that's what makes it real to your subconscious. But I want to emphasize something important here. Acting as if doesn't mean pretending or being inauthentic. It means behaving in alignment with who you're becoming rather than who you've been. It means making choices from your future self rather than your past self. It means treating the person you're declaring yourself to be as already real, because at the level of consciousness, at the level of potential, that person already exists. You're just bringing them into physical form through consistent declaration, feeling, and action. Let me give you a framework for understanding the complete reprogramming process. First, you identify your new identity through clear "I am" declarations. Second, you generate the emotions associated with that identity until they become natural to your body. Third, you visualize yourself living as that identity in vivid detail. Fourth, you repeat these declarations, emotions, and visualizations consistently, especially during prime programming times. Fifth, you take actions that align with your new identity. And sixth, you persist through the resistance phase until the new programs become automatic. This is not a one-time event. This is a practice. This is a commitment. This is a daily discipline. But here's what makes it worth it. Unlike trying to change your life through willpower and conscious effort alone, once you've successfully reprogrammed your subconscious, change becomes automatic. You don't have to try anymore. Your new identity just runs in the background, creating experiences that match your new programming without conscious effort. Think about how freeing that is. Right now, you might be fighting yourself constantly. Your conscious mind wants one thing. Your subconscious is creating another. You're exhausted from the internal battle. But once your conscious and subconscious are aligned, once they're both running the same program, you experience flow. You experience ease. You experience synchronicity. Life stops being a struggle and starts being a creation. This is the promise of reprogramming your subconscious mind. Freedom from the tyranny of unconscious patterns. Freedom from repeating the same experiences over and over. Freedom to consciously choose who you are and have your entire system support that choice rather than fight it. Freedom to live from your future rather than your past. I am reprogramming my subconscious mind with elevated declarations. I am consistent in my practice. I am patient with the process. I am persistent through resistance. I am creating new neural pathways with every declaration. I am installing new software in the operating system of my mind. Say these now. Feel them deeply. Let them begin the reprogramming process. Let them signal to your subconscious that change is not just coming. It's happening right now. Your subconscious is listening. It's always listening. It's ready to accept whatever you consistently tell it with conviction and emotion. The question is, what are you programming it with? Are you reinforcing old limitations or installing new possibilities? Are you repeating the past or creating the future? The choice is yours. The power is yours. The technology is yours. Now use it. Reprogram yourself. Become the operating system you were always meant to run. Chapter 7. The Masters of I Am Throughout History. There's a pattern that runs through history, subtle but unmistakable once you know what to look for. Every person who has achieved something extraordinary, who has transcended their circumstances, who has manifested the seemingly impossible, they all understood something fundamental about identity. They might not have used the exact words, I am. They might not have known the neuroscience or the quantum physics, but they operated from a deep knowing that who they declared themselves to be would determine what they could create. They mastered the art of identity before manifestation. They became before they achieved, and their lives hold the keys to your own transformation. Let's start with the most obvious example, one that has echoed through millennia. When Moses asked God for a name, for something to tell the people when they asked who had sent him, the answer was profound in its simplicity. I am that I am. Not I was or I will be or I might become. I am. Pure existence, pure presence, pure creative power. And here's what most people miss. This wasn't just God's name. This was an instruction, a revelation of how creation works, a teaching about the fundamental nature of consciousness and reality. Throughout the biblical text, this power of I am appears again and again for those who have eyes to see it. When Jesus made his most powerful declarations, he didn't say, I will be, or I hope to become. He said, I am the light of the world. I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am the resurrection and the life. Not someday, not potentially, right now, in this moment. He declared his identity with absolute certainty, and reality organized itself around those declarations. He understood that consciousness creates form, that identity precedes manifestation, that who you declare yourself to be in the eternal now determines what you can do and what you can experience. But this understanding wasn't limited to one tradition or one teacher. Buddha, centuries earlier, taught that what you think, you become. What you feel, you attract. What you imagine, you create. He understood that suffering comes from identifying with limitation, and liberation comes from recognizing your true nature, your Buddha nature, which is unlimited awareness itself. His entire teaching was essentially about releasing false identities and stepping into the recognition of who you really are beneath all the conditioning. The Buddha didn't say I might achieve enlightenment if conditions are favorable. He sat under that tree and declared through his commitment and his consciousness, I am awake, I am liberated, I am the enlightened one. And he wouldn't move until his external reality matched his internal declaration. That's not hoping, that's not wishing, that's commanding reality through the power of unwavering identity. Muhammad, in his own way, understood this power. When he received his revelations, he didn't doubt or question whether he was truly a prophet. He declared it. He embodied it. He lived from that identity even when it meant persecution, exile, and constant opposition. His certainty about who he was became the foundation upon which an entire civilization was built. His identity shaped his destiny, and his destiny shaped history. Look at the mystics throughout history, the Sufis, the Christian mystics, the Hindu sages, the Kabbalists. They all speak in different languages and use different frameworks, but they're all pointing to the same truth. You are not separate from the divine creative force. You are an expression of it. And when you align your identity with that truth, when you declare yourself as the creative power rather than the created thing, you access abilities and possibilities that seem miraculous from the perspective of ordinary consciousness. Rumi, the great Sufi poet, wrote, "You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop." That's not poetry for poetry's sake. That's a teaching about identity. You think you're small, limited, separate, but you're actually the infinite creative force experiencing itself through a temporary form. When you identify with the drop, you're limited. When you identify with the ocean, you're unlimited. The shift in identity changes everything. But this wisdom isn't just spiritual or religious. It shows up in the lives of people who achieved extraordinary things in the material world, too. Think about visionaries, inventors, entrepreneurs, leaders, the ones who actually changed the world, not the ones who just talked about changing it. They all had one thing in common. They declared an identity that didn't yet match their circumstances, and they held that identity with such conviction that reality eventually had no choice but to conform to it. Henry Ford famously said, "Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right." That's an understanding of the power of identity. He didn't say, "I hope to create an affordable automobile someday." He declared, "I am the man who will put America on wheels." He held that identity when everyone told him it was impossible, when his first companies failed, when experts said it couldn't be done. His identity never wavered, and eventually reality caught up to his declaration. Steve Jobs understood this intuitively. He operated from the identity of someone who was changing the world long before he had changed anything. People said he had a reality distortion field, that he could convince people that impossible things were possible. But what he was actually doing was holding an identity so powerfully that it shifted the consciousness of everyone around him. He declared, "I am creating products that will revolutionize how humans interact with technology." And he never let circumstances shake that identity. Even when he was fired from his own company, his identity didn't change. He still knew who he was, and eventually, reality reorganized itself around that knowing. Oprah Winfrey is another perfect example. She grew up in poverty, experienced abuse, faced discrimination, had every reason to accept a limited identity, but somewhere inside, she declared something different. She saw herself as someone who would inspire millions, who would build an empire, who would transform lives. Long before she had the talk show, before she had the wealth, before she had the influence, she held the identity. She declared, "I am powerful, I am influential, I am here to serve and elevate." And she made decisions from that identity even when her circumstances suggested otherwise. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in prison, 27 years that could have broken him, could have made him bitter and small and defeated. But he held an identity that transcended his circumstances. He declared, "I am a leader, I am a unifier, I am destined to guide my nation to freedom." Not after he got out of prison. While he was in prison, his identity wasn't dependent on his circumstances. His circumstances eventually had to shift to match his identity. He walked out of that prison not as a broken man, but as a leader who would become president and change the course of history. Maya Angelou understood the power of declaring identity through words. She said, "There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you." She knew that your story, your declaration of who you are, demands to be expressed. And when you declare it, when you speak it, when you live it, you bring it into being. She rose from poverty, from trauma, from oppression, by declaring through her words and her presence, I am a phenomenal woman. I am a poet. I am a voice for the voiceless. Her identity created her reality. Muhammad Ali declared, I am the greatest, long before he was the greatest. People thought he was arrogant. They thought he was delusional. But he understood something they didn't. He was declaring his identity into existence. He was programming his subconscious. He was sending a signal to the quantum field. He was creating the neural pathways of greatness in his brain before his fists ever proved it in the ring. And when you watch him fight, you see a man who fully embodied his declaration. He wasn't trying to become the greatest. He was being the greatest, and the championships were just a reflection of that internal state. Thomas Edison failed thousands of times before creating a working light bulb, but he never declared, I am a failure. He declared, I am an inventor. I am someone who finds solutions. His identity wasn't dependent on his results. His results flowed from his identity. He stayed committed to who he was declaring himself to be, and that commitment eventually produced the manifestation everyone remembers. Walt Disney was told his cartoons weren't funny. He was fired from a newspaper job for lacking creativity. His first animation studio went bankrupt. But his identity never changed. He declared, I am a creator of magic. I am building an empire of imagination. He held that identity through failure after failure, and eventually built one of the most influential entertainment companies in history. Not because he got lucky, but because his identity was so powerful that it pulled the reality of Disney World, Disneyland, and everything else into existence. What about Harriet Tubman? She was born into slavery, had every reason to accept the identity of powerlessness and victimhood, but she declared something radically different. She declared, I am free. I am a liberator. I am a conductor on the Underground Railroad. And she made that declaration real by risking her life again and again to free others. Her identity as a free woman existed long before she was legally free. She operated from that identity while still legally considered property. That's the power of consciousness over circumstance. Marie Curie entered a field that told women they couldn't be scientists, but she didn't declare, I am limited by my gender. She declared, I am a scientist. I am a pioneer. I am someone who will make discoveries that change the world. She held that identity with such conviction that she became the first woman to win a Nobel Prize, and the only person to win Nobel Prizes in 2 different sciences. Her identity transcended every limitation society tried to place on her. Look at Mahatma Gandhi, a small, physically unimpressive man who declared, I am powerful enough to free my nation without violence. The British Empire laughed. His own people doubted. But his identity never wavered. He operated from such a powerful state of consciousness, such an unwavering declaration of who he was and what he stood for, that he literally changed the course of an empire through the force of his presence and his conviction. Here's what all these people understood. Whether consciously or unconsciously, your current circumstances are irrelevant to your identity. Your past doesn't determine your future unless you let it. The limitations others see in you have no power unless you accept them. Your identity is not something you discover in your environment. It's something you declare from within, and then your environment reorganizes to reflect it. But let me be clear about something. These masters didn't just say words. They embodied their declarations. They felt them. They acted from them. They made decisions from their chosen identity, not from their circumstances. When Henry Ford's first company failed, he didn't make his next decision from the identity of a failure. He made it from the identity of someone building the automotive industry. When Oprah faced rejection, she didn't make her next choice from the identity of someone who gets rejected. She made it from the identity of someone destined for influence. This is the crucial distinction. The masters throughout history didn't just have positive thoughts or hopeful wishes. They had unwavering identity. They declared who they were with such certainty that their nervous system, their brain, their energy field, their entire being aligned with that declaration. They became it before they achieved it. They embodied it before they manifested it. They were it before the world saw it. And here's what you need to understand. There was nothing special about them that you don't have. They weren't born with different brains. They weren't given powers you don't possess. They just understood, through insight or intuition or trial and error, how consciousness works. They understood that identity precedes experience. They understood that who you declare yourself to be determines what you can create. They mastered the art of I am. You have the same power they had, the same consciousness, the same creative ability. The only difference is that they used it deliberately, and you might be using it unconsciously. They declared empowering identities, and you might be declaring limiting ones. They held their vision despite opposition, and you might waver when challenged. But the mechanism is identical. The power is the same. Think about Rosa Parks. On that bus in Montgomery, she wasn't just tired physically. She was tired of accepting an identity of inferiority. And in that moment, she declared through her actions, I am equal. I am worthy of the same dignity as anyone else. I am not moving. One woman, one moment, one declaration of identity, and it sparked a movement that changed a nation. Because her declaration was so powerful, so aligned with truth, so embodied with conviction, that it resonated through the collective consciousness and awakened others to claim their own power. Or consider Viktor Frankl, who survived Nazi concentration camps by maintaining his identity as someone who had meaning and purpose, even in the midst of unimaginable horror. He declared, I am someone with a message to share. I am a psychiatrist who will help others find meaning in suffering. That identity, that declaration, kept him alive when others perished. And after liberation, he wrote, Man's Search for Meaning, which has transformed millions of lives. His identity transcended his circumstances so completely that he found freedom in a concentration camp and purpose in suffering. The pattern is undeniable. From Jesus to Buddha to Muhammad, from Ford to Jobs to Winfrey, from Mandela to Gandhi to Tubman, from Edison to Curie to Parks. They all operated from the same principle. Consciousness creates reality. Identity determines experience. Who you declare yourself to be, with unwavering conviction and embodied feeling, becomes what you manifest in the physical world. But here's what separates those who just understand this intellectually from those who actually live it. Consistency. The masters didn't declare their identity once and then forget about it when things got hard. They didn't waver when circumstances seemed to contradict their declaration. They didn't let other people's opinions or temporary setbacks shake them from their knowing. They held their identity through every test, every challenge, every moment of doubt, until reality had no choice but to reflect it. This is your invitation, not to worship these masters or put them on a pedestal so high that their example seems unreachable, but to recognize that they were using a power you have right now. They accessed a creative force that lives within you in this very moment. They demonstrated what's possible when you align your consciousness with your chosen identity and refuse to be moved from that alignment. You don't need to become like them. You need to become fully yourself, the highest version of yourself, the self that exists beyond all your limiting conditioning. They showed you it's possible. They proved that circumstances don't determine identity. Identity determines circumstances. They demonstrated that one person operating from a powerful, aligned, unwavering identity can change not just their own life, but the entire world around them. So when you declare your I am, when you claim your new identity, when you choose who you're going to be, regardless of what your current circumstances suggest, you're not doing something new. You're following a path that masters throughout history have walked before you. You're using a technology that has created every great achievement, every transcendent moment, every seemingly miraculous transformation that has ever occurred. I am standing on the shoulders of masters who came before me. I am using the same creative power they accessed. I am capable of the same transformation they demonstrated. I am declaring my identity with the same conviction they held. I am becoming what I declare myself to be, just as they did. Say these declarations now. Feel their truth. Recognize that you are not separate from the masters. You are one of them, simply at a different point in the journey of remembering and embodying your power. The masters are not above you. They are showing you what you're capable of. They are mirrors reflecting your potential back to you. They are proof that the power of I am is real, that it works, that it transforms everything when used with conviction and consistency. The question is not whether you have their power. You do. The question is, will you use it as they did? Will you declare your identity with unwavering certainty? Will you hold your vision despite opposition? Will you become before you achieve? Because that is the path of mastery. That is the way of transformation. That is how you join the ranks of those who change their world by first changing their consciousness. The masters await your declaration. Who are you? Chapter 8. The I Am and the Law of Resonance. There's a fundamental law operating in your life right now, every moment of every day, whether you're aware of it or not. It's as reliable as gravity, as consistent as the sunrise, as predictable as mathematics. This law determines who you meet, what opportunities appear, which doors open and which doors close, what you notice and what you overlook, what you attract, and what repels you. It's called the law of resonance, and once you understand how it interacts with your I am declarations, you'll never see your life the same way again. Here's the law in its simplest form, like attracts like. But it's not about positive thoughts attracting positive things or negative thoughts attracting negative things. It's far more precise than that. You attract exactly what matches your frequency, and your frequency is determined by your identity, by who you declare yourself to be, by the I am that you embody, not just with your words, but with your entire being. Think about a radio. Right now, hundreds of radio signals are passing through the space where you're sitting. Every station is broadcasting simultaneously. Music, news, talk shows, all existing in the same space at the same time. But you only hear the station you're tuned to. The other signals are there, available, but you don't experience them because you're not on their frequency. Your radio can only receive the signal that matches the frequency it's set to. You are a living radio, broadcasting a signal through your consciousness, your emotions, your beliefs, and most powerfully, through your I am declarations. And the universe, like a radio, can only deliver to you what matches your frequency. It's not personal. It's not punishment or reward. It's just physics. It's just the law of resonance, operating exactly as it's designed to operate. When you declare and embody I am abundant, You set your frequency to abundance, not to wanting abundance, not to hoping for abundance, to being abundance. And at that frequency, opportunities for abundance become visible to you. People who can help you create abundance show up in your life. Ideas about how to generate abundance flow through your mind. Synchronicities that lead to abundance appear, not because you're lucky, but because you're tuned to the frequency where abundance exists. But here's what most people don't understand, and this is crucial. You can't fake frequency. You can say, "I am abundant," with your mouth, while your entire energetic system broadcasts lack, and you'll keep experiencing lack. Because the universe doesn't respond to your words. It responds to your vibration. Your frequency is determined by what you feel, what you believe, what you embody in your cells and your nervous system and your electromagnetic field. This is why two people can say the exact same affirmation and get completely different results. One person says, "I am successful," and within months, their life transforms. Another person says, "I am successful," for years, and nothing changes. The difference isn't in the words. It's in the frequency behind the words. One person has aligned their entire being with the frequency of success. The other is just moving their mouth while vibrating at the frequency of struggle. Your "I am" declarations are your tuning mechanism, but only when they're backed by genuine feeling, consistent embodiment, and unwavering belief. When you declare, "I am powerful," and you feel power coursing through your body, when you stand like someone powerful, when you make decisions like someone powerful, when you hold an unshakable knowing that power is your natural state, you're tuning yourself to the frequency of power. And at that frequency, you can only attract and perceive experiences that match it. Think about how a tuning fork works. Strike a tuning fork that vibrates at a specific frequency, say middle C, and place it near another tuning fork of the same frequency, and that second fork will begin vibrating without being touched. The vibration transfers through the air because the frequencies match. But place that same vibrating fork near one tuned to a different note, and nothing happens. No resonance, no transfer of energy. The frequencies don't match, so there's no connection. This is exactly how your life works. Your "I am" creates a vibration, and that vibration resonates with matching vibrations in the quantum field. If you're vibrating at the frequency of unworthiness, you'll resonate with and attract experiences that confirm unworthiness. Not because the universe is mean, but because that's the frequency you're broadcasting. If you're vibrating at the frequency of love, you'll resonate with and attract experiences of love. If you're vibrating at the frequency of possibility, you'll resonate with and attract opportunities. The reason your life looks the way it looks right now is because it's a perfect match for the frequency you've been broadcasting. Everything you're experiencing is resonating with the "I am" you've been embodying, consciously or unconsciously. Your relationships reflect your "I am" around connection and worthiness. Your financial situation reflects your "I am" around abundance and value. Your health reflects your "I am" around vitality and well-being. Your career reflects your "I am" around success and capability. This is not about blame. This is about power. Because if your external reality is reflecting your internal frequency, then changing your frequency changes your reality. You're not a victim of circumstances. You're a broadcaster of frequency, and circumstances are simply the material manifestation of the signal you're sending. But let me be very clear about something that trips people up. The law of resonance doesn't mean that if you're vibrating at a high frequency, nothing challenging will ever happen. Life still happens. Events still occur. But your frequency determines how you experience those events, what meaning you assign to them, and what you attract in response to them. Two people can lose their job on the same day. One is vibrating at "I am a victim, life is happening to me, I'm doomed," and they spiral into depression and struggle for years. The other is vibrating at "I am resilient, I am resourceful, I am being redirected to something better," and within weeks they've found an even better opportunity. Same event, different frequency, completely different outcome. Because the law of resonance doesn't just apply to what comes into your life. It applies to how you interact with what's already there, what you do with it, and what comes next as a result. Here's where this gets really interesting. Your frequency doesn't just attract things to you. It also determines what you perceive. Remember the reticular activating system we talked about earlier? It filters reality based on what your brain considers important. And what does your brain consider important? Whatever matches your identity, your beliefs, your frequency. So when you shift your "I am," when you change your frequency, you don't just attract different things. You start noticing things that were always there but invisible to you at your previous frequency. Think about when you decided you wanted to buy a particular car. Suddenly you started seeing that car everywhere. The cars were always there on the road, but you weren't tuned to notice them until they became relevant to you. The same principle applies to your entire life. There are opportunities, resources, people, and possibilities all around you right now that you cannot see because you're not tuned to the frequency where they exist. Change your "I am," change your frequency, and suddenly you see what was invisible before. This is why people who shift their identity often say things like, "It's like a whole new world opened up," or "Opportunities started appearing out of nowhere." The opportunities didn't come from nowhere. They were always there, existing at a frequency the person couldn't perceive until they shifted their own frequency to match. It's not magic. It's resonance. Let me give you a personal example. For years, I vibrated at the frequency of "I am struggling financially." That was my identity, my frequency, my signal, and my reality perfectly matched it. I noticed every bill, every expense, every way money was leaving my life. I attracted situations that confirmed struggle. I made decisions from scarcity. I couldn't see opportunities because I was tuned to the channel of struggle, and opportunities don't broadcast on that channel. When I shifted my "I am" to "I am abundant," when I genuinely changed my frequency through consistent practice and emotional embodiment, everything changed. Not overnight, but definitely and dramatically. I started noticing opportunities I had walked past 100 times. People mentioned resources I had never heard them mention before, even though those resources had always existed. Ideas came to me that had probably been trying to reach me for years. But I wasn't tuned to receive them. My reality didn't change because the universe suddenly decided to bless me. My reality changed because I changed my frequency. And at the new frequency, I could perceive and attract what was always available, but invisible to me at my old frequency. Now let's talk about something that confuses a lot of people. The time lag between changing your frequency and seeing results in your physical reality. You shift your "I am," you change your frequency, and you expect instant manifestation. When it doesn't happen immediately, you think it's not working. But that's not how resonance operates in the physical world. Think about planting a seed. The moment you plant it, you've set a process in motion, but you don't see a plant the next day. There's a gestation period. The seed has to germinate underground, invisible to you, before it breaks through the soil, If you dig it up every day to check if it's growing, you'll kill it. You have to trust the process and maintain the conditions, water, sunlight, soil, that allow growth to occur. Your I am declarations work the same way. The moment you genuinely shift your frequency, you set forces in motion. Things are happening in the quantum field, in your subconscious, in the fabric of possibility that you cannot see yet. But if you keep checking for evidence, if you let the absence of immediate results pull you back to your old frequency, you abort the process. You have to hold your new frequency consistently, trusting that resonance is working, until the physical manifestation catches up to your energetic shift. This is where most people fail. They change their frequency for a day, a week, maybe even a month. Nothing has manifested yet in physical form, so they conclude it doesn't work and revert to their old frequency. But they quit right before the breakthrough, right before their consistent new frequency would have attracted the matching physical reality. It's like stopping the microwave at 59 seconds and complaining that your food isn't heated. You interrupted the process right before completion. The law of resonance requires consistency. You can't vibrate at abundance on Monday and lack on Tuesday and wonder why your life is inconsistent. You can't embody I am confident in the morning and I am insecure in the afternoon and expect to attract confident experiences. Your frequency has to be stable, maintained, consistent. That's what creates the conditions for resonance to work its magic. Here's another crucial aspect of resonance. It works both ways. You attract what matches your frequency, and you're attracted to what matches your frequency. This is why when you shift your I am, your relationships often change. People you used to resonate with suddenly feel misaligned. You might find yourself naturally pulling away from certain friendships or situations. This isn't you becoming judgmental or thinking you're better than others. This is resonance. You're no longer on the same frequency, so the connection weakens naturally. And at the same time, new people will appear in your life who match your new frequency. You'll meet someone at a coffee shop you've been going to for years and wonder why you never noticed them before. You'll reconnect with an old friend who suddenly seems to be on the same wavelength as you. You'll be drawn to new places, new activities, new communities. You're not forcing this. It's happening naturally because like frequencies attract each other. You've changed your station, and you're now picking up different broadcasts. This can be uncomfortable at first. You might feel guilty about outgrowing relationships. You might worry about leaving people behind. But you have to understand, you can't stay at a frequency that doesn't serve you just to make others comfortable. And often, your shift to a higher frequency actually gives others permission to shift theirs. You might be the catalyst that helps someone else tune to a better channel. But even if you're not, you cannot sacrifice your growth for the comfort of others staying stagnant. The law of resonance also explains why trying to get something from a state of lack never works. If you want money because you feel poor, you're vibrating at the frequency of poverty, and you'll attract more experiences of poverty. If you want love because you feel lonely, you're vibrating at the frequency of loneliness, and you'll attract relationships that confirm that loneliness. If you want success because you feel like a failure, you're vibrating at the frequency of failure, and you'll keep experiencing failure. This is the paradox that people struggle with. You have to feel abundant to attract abundance. You have to feel loved to attract love. You have to feel successful to attract success. You have to be the thing before you can have the thing. But how do you feel abundant when you're broke? How do you feel loved when you're alone? How do you feel successful when you're failing? This is where the work comes in. This is where you have to generate the frequency internally, independent of external circumstances. Remember, frequency is not dependent on circumstances. Circumstances are dependent on frequency. You generate the frequency through your I am declarations, your emotional practice, your consistent embodiment, your unwavering focus on the identity you're choosing, rather than the reality you're experiencing. You become a generator of the frequency you desire rather than a receiver of the frequency your circumstances would suggest. Let me give you a practical understanding of how to work with resonance. Every morning, before you engage with the world, before you check your phone or read the news or interact with anyone, you set your frequency. You consciously choose your I am for the day. You generate the emotions associated with that identity. You feel it in your body. You let it become your baseline vibration. Then you move through your day maintaining that frequency as much as possible. When something happens that threatens to knock you off your frequency, you notice it. You feel the pull toward the old frequency. But instead of automatically following that pull, you pause. You take a breath. You consciously choose to return to your chosen frequency. No, that's the old channel. I'm not tuning there anymore. I am abundant. I am powerful. I am at peace. And you feel your way back to your chosen frequency. This is not about denying reality or pretending challenges don't exist. It's about not letting challenges determine your frequency. It's about maintaining your chosen vibration regardless of what's happening around you. Because when you do this consistently, when you hold your frequency stable despite fluctuating circumstances, you become so powerful in your resonance that reality has no choice but to reorganize itself around your frequency. Think about a strong signal overpowering a weak one. If your frequency is strong and consistent, it will eventually overpower the weaker frequencies of your circumstances and pull reality into alignment with your vibration. But if your frequency is weak and inconsistent, the stronger frequencies around you, other people's expectations, societal conditioning, the momentum of your past, will overpower your signal and keep you stuck in old patterns. This is why the masters we talked about in the last chapter were so effective. They maintained such powerful, consistent frequencies that nothing could knock them off. Nelson Mandela in prison for 27 years, never wavering from the frequency of freedom and leadership. Gandhi fasting and facing violence, never wavering from the frequency of peace and power. Jesus facing crucifixion, never wavering from the frequency of love and divinity. Their frequencies were so strong, so consistent, so unwavering, that they literally changed the frequencies of everyone around them and altered the course of history. You have that same power. Maybe you're not trying to change history. Maybe you're just trying to change your life. But the mechanism is identical. Hold your frequency. Maintain your I am. Feel it consistently. Embody it completely. And watch as the law of resonance brings your reality into alignment with your vibration. Here's what you need to understand about high-frequency states. They're not just nice feelings. They're creative power. When you're vibrating at frequencies like love, gratitude, joy, peace, enthusiasm, these are not just pleasant emotions. They're the frequencies at which creation happens most powerfully. These frequencies have coherence. They have order. They have strong electromagnetic signatures. They broadcast powerful signals into the quantum field. Low-frequency states like fear, anger, shame, guilt. They're chaotic. They're incoherent. They create weak, scattered signals. You can still create from these frequencies, but what you create will match the chaos and limitation of the frequency. If you want to create a life of peace, abundance, love, and possibility, you have to broadcast from frequencies that match those qualities. This is why the emotional work we talked about in Chapter 5 is so crucial. You're not generating elevated emotions just to feel good, though that's a nice benefit. You're generating elevated emotions because they're the frequencies of creation. They're the vibrational states that resonate with and attract the highest possibilities available to you in the quantum field. Your I am, combined with elevated emotion, creates a broadcast so powerful that the universe cannot ignore it. The field must respond. The law of resonance demands it. Like must attract like. Frequency must match frequency. And when you're broadcasting a clear, strong, consistent signal of your chosen identity, backed by elevated emotion, you become a magnet for everything that matches that frequency. But you have to do the work. You have to maintain the frequency. You have to keep tuning yourself to the channel you want to receive. You can't tune to poverty on Monday and abundance on Tuesday and wonder why your results are mixed. You can't broadcast fear most of the day and love for 5 minutes and expect love to dominate your experience. Your dominant frequency is what you attract, not your occasional frequency, not your hoped-for frequency. Your dominant, consistent, embodied frequency. This is both the challenge and the opportunity of the law of resonance. The challenge is that you have to become disciplined about maintaining your frequency. You have to consciously choose your I am and return to it again and again throughout the day. You have to generate the emotions of your desired reality, even when circumstances suggest otherwise. You have to hold your vibration steady when everything around you is trying to knock you off course. But the opportunity is that once you master this, once you become skilled at maintaining your chosen frequency, you become unstoppable. You become a creator of reality rather than a victim of it. You become the signal that the universe responds to rather than the receiver of whatever random frequencies happen to be floating around. You take your power back from circumstances and claim it as what it's always been, an internal state that you generate, maintain, and broadcast regardless of external conditions. I am vibrating at the frequency of my chosen identity. I am a powerful broadcaster of coherent signals. I am attracting experiences that match my frequency. I am maintaining my vibration regardless of circumstances. I am resonating with the highest possibilities available to me. Feel these declarations. Let them tune your frequency right now. Let them set your vibration to a channel of power, possibility, and creation. Because the universe is listening, the field is responding, the law of resonance is operating, and you, right now, are broadcasting the signal that will become your tomorrow. What frequency are you choosing? Chapter 9. Living from the Elevated. I am knowledge. Without application is just entertainment. Understanding without embodiment is just philosophy. You can know everything I've shared with you in the previous chapters and still live the exact same life you've always lived if you don't actually apply it. This chapter is about the gap between knowing and being, between understanding the power of I am and actually living from your elevated identity every single day. This is where theory becomes reality. This is where possibility becomes manifestation. This is where you stop being someone who knows about transformation and become someone who embodies it. The biggest challenge you're going to face is not learning what to do. You already know what to do. The challenge is doing it consistently when the world is pulling you back to your old identity. The challenge is maintaining your elevated I am when circumstances seem to contradict it. The challenge is staying on your chosen frequency when everyone around you is broadcasting a different one. The challenge is being abundant when you're looking at bills, being confident when you're facing rejection, being at peace when chaos surrounds you, being powerful when you feel powerless. This is the crucible of transformation, not the knowing, the living. And I'm going to be brutally honest with you about what that looks like. Because if you're not prepared for the reality of living from an elevated identity in a world that often operates from limitation, you'll quit the first time it gets hard. And it will get hard. Not because the universe is testing you, but because you're attempting to maintain a new frequency in an environment that's been reinforcing your old frequency for years or decades. Your first challenge is going to be the morning. You wake up, and for about 30 seconds, you're in a state of possibility. Your conscious mind hasn't fully engaged yet. Your programming hasn't kicked in. You're in a gap between sleep and waking, where anything is possible. But then your eyes fully open, and your default identity comes rushing back in. Within minutes of waking, most people have already activated all their old patterns. They've already tuned back to their habitual frequency. They've already become who they were yesterday instead of who they're choosing to become today. This is why your morning practice is non-negotiable. Before you check your phone, before you think about your problems, before you engage with anyone or anything external, you set your identity for the day. You consciously choose your I am. You generate the emotions associated with that identity. You feel it in your body. You declare it with conviction. You spend at least 10 to 15 minutes, more if possible, becoming the person you're choosing to be, rather than the person you've habitually been. This is not a luxury. This is not something you do when you have extra time. This is the foundation of your entire day. If you skip this, if you let your old programming activate by default, you've already lost the battle. You'll spend the rest of the day trying to course correct, instead of living from your elevated state. Do not negotiate with yourself about this. Your transformation depends on it. But here's what happens. You set your frequency in the morning. You feel powerful, abundant, confident, at peace. And then you step into your day and immediately encounter something that triggers your old identity. Someone says something that used to make you feel small. A bill arrives that used to make you feel lack. A challenge appears that used to make you feel inadequate. And in that moment, every cell in your body wants to revert to the familiar response, the old frequency, the comfortable discomfort of who you've always been. This moment, this trigger, this is not a setback. This is your opportunity. This is where the real work happens. This is where you prove to yourself and to the universe that your new identity is not just a morning meditation. It's a lived reality. In this moment, you have a choice. You can automatically react from your old identity, or you can consciously respond from your new one. Let me give you a specific practice for these moments. When you feel triggered, when you notice yourself being pulled toward your old frequency, stop. Literally pause whatever you're doing. Take 3 deep breaths. Place your hand on your heart and consciously reconnect with your chosen identity. Ask yourself, who am I choosing to be right now? How would the version of me that is already abundant, confident, powerful, and at peace respond to this situation? And then respond from that identity, not from your triggered state. This interruption of automatic patterns is one of the most powerful things you can do. You're breaking the chain of stimulus and response. You're creating a gap where choice lives. And in that gap, you reclaim your power. You're no longer a victim of your circumstances or your conditioning. You're a conscious creator, choosing your response based on your declared identity, rather than your habitual programming. But I need to warn you, this is exhausting at first. Maintaining a new identity against the momentum of your old patterns takes enormous energy. Your brain wants to default to what's familiar. Your nervous system wants to run its established programs. Your environment wants to pull you back to who you've always been. For the first few weeks or even months, living from your elevated I am will feel like swimming upstream. Every moment will require conscious choice. Every interaction will require intentional presence. Every trigger will require deliberate realignment. This is why so many people quit. They think transformation should feel easy once they understand it. But transformation feels hard precisely because it's working. You're fighting against years of momentum. You're rewiring decades of neural pathways. You're overriding a lifetime of conditioning. Of course, it's hard. That's not a sign you're doing it wrong. That's a sign you're doing it right. The secret to making it through this challenging phase is to celebrate every small victory. Every time you catch yourself reverting to your old identity and consciously choose your new one, that's a win. Every time you feel triggered but respond from your elevated state instead of your reactive pattern, that's a win. Every time you maintain your chosen frequency for an hour, a morning, a day, that's a win. Acknowledge these victories. They're rewiring your brain. They're installing new programs. They're building the neural architecture of your new identity. One of the most challenging aspects of living from your elevated I am is dealing with other people's reactions to your change. Your family, your friends, your co-workers, they've known you as a certain person. They have expectations of how you'll behave, what you'll say, what you're capable of. And when you start showing up differently, when you start embodying a new identity, it makes them uncomfortable. Not because they don't want you to grow, but because your growth disrupts the equilibrium of the relationship. Some people will mock you. They'll make jokes about your new age nonsense or your delusions of grandeur. Some will question you. Who do you think you are? They'll ask, not realizing that's exactly the question you're answering with your I am declarations. Some will try to remind you of your past failures, your old mistakes, your previous limitations. They'll say things like, remember when you tried that before and it didn't work? Or, you've always been this way. What makes you think you can change now? These reactions are not about you. They're about them. Your transformation holds up a mirror to their own stagnation. Your declaration of a new identity challenges their belief that people can't change. Your elevated frequency makes them uncomfortable with their own lower frequency. So they try to pull you back down, not out of malice, but out of their own discomfort and fear. You have to stay strong in these moments. You have to hold your identity even when others are trying to remind you of who you used to be. You cannot let their limitations become your limitations. You cannot let their disbelief shake your knowing. You cannot let their fear diminish your power. This is your journey, your transformation, your life. Their opinions are just noise. Your I am is the signal. Keep broadcasting it regardless of who's trying to jam your frequency. Here's a strategy that helps. Don't announce your transformation to everyone. Don't try to convince people or explain what you're doing. Just do it. Just be it. Let your new identity speak through your actions, your presence, your results. Some people will notice and be inspired. Others will notice and be threatened. Most won't notice at all until the changes are so undeniable they can't ignore them. But by then, you'll be so established in your new identity that their reactions won't matter anymore. Another major challenge in living from your elevated I am is dealing with setbacks. You're going to have days where you don't feel abundant, where confidence seems impossible, where power feels like a fantasy. You're going to face situations where your old identity seems more real than your new one. You're going to experience moments of doubt where you question whether any of this actually works. These moments don't mean you've failed. They mean you're human. The key is not to let temporary setbacks become permanent reversions. One day of struggling doesn't erase weeks of progress. One moment of doubt doesn't cancel months of declarations. One situation that triggers your old pattern doesn't mean you've lost your new identity. You're not seeking perfection. You're seeking direction. As long as you keep choosing your elevated I am more often than you default to your old one, you're moving forward. The trajectory matters more than the momentary fluctuations. When you have a setback, don't spiral into self-judgment. Don't make it mean you're a failure or that this doesn't work. Just acknowledge it. Okay, I slipped back into my old identity for a moment. That's human. That's normal. Now I'm choosing my new identity again. And then you do exactly that. You declare it. You feel it. You embody it. You get back on your frequency. The power is not in never falling. The power is in how quickly you get back up. Let me talk about something that's crucial for long-term success. Creating an environment that supports your elevated identity. You cannot sustain a high frequency in a low-frequency environment indefinitely. Eventually, the environment will pull you down, or you'll have to change the environment. This means being very intentional about what you surround yourself with. The content you consume, the conversations you have, the spaces you inhabit, the people you spend time with. All of this either supports your new identity or undermines it. Start curating your environment consciously. If watching the news pulls you into fear and limitation, stop watching it. If certain people consistently trigger your old patterns, limit your time with them or change the dynamic of your interaction. If your physical space feels chaotic or heavy, clean it, organize it, bring in elements that make you feel the way your elevated identity feels. If social media makes you compare yourself and feel inadequate, curate your feed or take a break entirely. This is not about hiding from reality or living in a bubble. This is about being strategic with your attention and your energy. You're trying to establish a new frequency, and that requires protection in the early stages. Once your new identity is firmly rooted, once your frequency is stable and strong, you can handle more challenging environments without being knocked off course. But in the beginning, you need to give yourself the best possible conditions for your new identity to take root and grow. Here's a practice that's incredibly powerful for maintaining your elevated I am throughout the day. Identity anchors. These are physical reminders that trigger you back to your chosen identity when you're getting pulled off course. It could be a piece of jewelry you wear that symbolizes your new identity, a phone background with your I am declaration, a note on your mirror, a stone in your pocket. Something you can see or touch that immediately reminds you, oh yes, I am abundant, I am powerful, I am at peace. These anchors work because they interrupt the automatic patterns and bring your conscious awareness back to your chosen identity. Without them, you can go hours operating from your old programming without even realizing it. With them, you have frequent reminders to check in and realign. Over time, you'll need these less as your new identity becomes more automatic. But in the beginning and middle stages of transformation, they're invaluable. One of the most profound shifts that happens when you start living from your elevated I am is that your decision-making changes completely. You stop making decisions based on fear, lack, or what others will think. You start making decisions based on your identity, asking yourself, what would someone who is abundant, confident, powerful, and aligned choose here? And then you choose that, even if it feels uncomfortable or risky, or different from what you've always chosen. This is where the rubber meets the road. Your declarations mean nothing if your actions don't align with them. If you declare, I am abundant, but make every decision from scarcity, you're sending mixed signals to your subconscious and the universe. If you declare, I am confident, but make choices from fear, you're not embodying your identity. Your actions have to match your declarations. Your choices have to reflect your frequency. Your behaviors have to be congruent with who you're claiming to be. This might mean saying no to things you've always said yes to. It might mean saying yes to things you've always avoided. It might mean investing in yourself in ways that feel scary. It might mean walking away from situations that don't align with your elevated identity, even when walking away feels uncomfortable. It might mean speaking up when you've always stayed silent, or staying silent when you've always filled space with nervous chatter. Your new identity will ask you to behave differently, and you have to be willing to do that even before it feels natural. Let me share something about the middle phase of transformation, because this is where most people get tripped up. The beginning is exciting. You've learned something new. You're motivated. You're declaring your identity with enthusiasm. The end is rewarding. You've established your new identity. Your life has transformed. You're experiencing the results. But the middle? The middle is messy and uncomfortable and filled with doubt. In the middle, you've been practicing for weeks or months, but your external circumstances haven't fully caught up to your internal shift yet. You feel like you're doing the work, but you're not seeing the results. This is the phase where most people decide it doesn't work and quit. But this phase is where the transformation is actually solidifying. Think of it like working out. You might not see muscle growth for weeks, but the growth is happening at the cellular level before it becomes visible. The middle phase is where your new identity is taking root below the surface, preparing to emerge in undeniable ways. The key to surviving the middle is to find evidence of progress that's not dependent on external circumstances. Notice how you respond to triggers differently than you used to. Notice moments where you caught yourself and chose your elevated identity when you would have automatically reacted from your old one. Notice how certain situations that used to devastate you now just mildly annoy you. Notice how you're thinking differently, feeling differently, carrying yourself differently. These internal shifts are real progress. They're the foundation of the external transformation that's coming. Another crucial aspect of living from your elevated I am is learning to trust the timing of your manifestations. You've set your frequency. You've declared your identity. You're maintaining it consistently. And you know that the law of resonance is operating, bringing your reality into alignment with your vibration. But you can't control the timeline. You can't force the universe to deliver on your schedule. You have to trust that what you're calling in is organizing itself in the quantum field and will materialize in physical form in perfect timing. This trust is one of the hardest things to master. Your logical mind wants guarantees. It wants to know when and how and through what channels your desires will manifest. But that's not how creation works. You declare the what, and the universe handles the how and when. Your job is to maintain your frequency and stay alert for inspired action. The universe's job is to orchestrate the details and synchronicities that bring your desires into form. When you release the need to control timing, when you trust that your consistent frequency will produce matching results, even if you don't see how yet. You relax into your elevated identity. You stop straining and forcing. You stop checking constantly for evidence. You simply be who you're declaring yourself to be, and allow reality to catch up in its own perfect way and time. Here's something beautiful that happens as you consistently live from your elevated I am. It becomes easier. The new identity starts to feel natural. The elevated frequency becomes your baseline. The conscious choice becomes automatic habit. You reach a tipping point where your new identity has more momentum than your old one. And when you reach that point, transformation is no longer something you're trying to achieve. It's something you're living. It's who you are. But you have to get to that tipping point, and the only way to get there is through consistency. Keep declaring, keep feeling, keep choosing, keep embodying, keep realigning when you drift. Keep celebrating small wins. Keep trusting the process. Keep being who you're choosing to be, even when the world is telling you to be who you were. This is the path. There's no shortcut, but there's also no question about whether it works, if you actually walk it. I am living from my elevated identity every single day. I am maintaining my frequency regardless of circumstances. I am making decisions from my chosen identity, not my old patterns. I am resilient through the challenging middle phase. I am trusting the timing of my manifestations. I am becoming more naturally who I declare myself to be. I am proof that consistent practice creates permanent transformation. Say these, feel these. Let them anchor you in the practice of living from your elevated I am, because that's what this chapter is about. Not knowing about the power, living from the power, not understanding identity, being your identity, not hoping for transformation, embodying transformation every moment of every day until it's no longer what you do, but who you are. Chapter 10. The Final Awakening. You are the I am. We've come full circle, you and I. We started this journey with the revelation that I am are the most powerful words you can speak. We explored the science behind these declarations, the unconscious patterns that have been limiting you, the process of breaking free, the alchemy of emotion, the reprogramming of your subconscious, the masters who walked this path before you, the law of resonance and the daily practice of living from your elevated identity. But now, in this final chapter, I'm going to share with you the deepest truth of all, the one that transcends every technique, every practice, every declaration, the truth that once fully grasped will liberate you from every limitation forever. You are not someone who has an I am. You are the I am itself. Let me say that again, because this is not just a concept to understand intellectually. This is a reality to be experienced at the core of your being. You are not a limited person trying to use the power of I am to improve your circumstances. You are the infinite creative consciousness temporarily experiencing itself through the lens of a human personality. The I am is not a tool you possess. It is what you are. Every declaration you've made throughout this journey, every I am abundant, every I am powerful, every I am worthy. These weren't you trying to become something you're not. These were you remembering what you've always been. These were you stripping away the false identities, the learned limitations, the conditioned beliefs, and revealing the truth that was always there underneath. You are not becoming the I am. You are recognizing that you've always been it. This is the awakening that changes everything. Not the awakening to a better version of yourself. Not the awakening to a more successful, more abundant, more loved version of the limited identity you thought you were. but the awakening to the fact that you are the consciousness creating all versions, all identities, all experiences. You are not in the movie of your life. You are the projector, the screen, and the light, all at once. Think about this deeply. When you say, I am abundant, who is the I that is abundant? When you say, I am powerful, who is the I that is powerful? When you say, I am at peace, who is the I that is at peace? There's an awareness, a consciousness, an isness that exists before any adjective you add to it. That pure I am before any qualification, that's what you are. Everything else is just a costume you're wearing, a role you're playing, an experience you're having. The mystics have been trying to tell us this for millennia. When they spoke of enlightenment, of liberation, of awakening, they weren't talking about improving your human life, though that often happens as a side effect. They were talking about recognizing your true nature as the infinite consciousness that's been wearing your human life like a temporary garment. They were pointing to the truth that you are not a wave trying to reach the ocean. You are the ocean experiencing itself as a wave. This is why Buddha taught that all suffering comes from identification with what you are not. When you identify with your circumstances, you suffer because circumstances change. When you identify with your body, you suffer because the body ages and eventually dies. When you identify with your thoughts, you suffer because thoughts are constantly shifting. When you identify with your emotions, you suffer because emotions come and go like weather. But when you identify with the I am itself, with the pure consciousness that witnesses all of these things without being any of them, you discover a peace and a power that cannot be touched by any external condition. Jesus wasn't just making bold claims when he said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. He was speaking from the recognition of his true nature as the I am consciousness itself. When he said before Abraham was, I am, he wasn't talking about his human form existing before Abraham. He was speaking from the eternal I am that exists outside of time, the consciousness that has no beginning and no end, the awareness that was never born and will never die. And when he said the kingdom of heaven is within you, he was telling you that this same recognition is available to you. The I am that he was speaking from is the same I am that you are. This is not blasphemy. This is not arrogance. This is recognition of the fundamental truth of existence. You are not separate from the divine creative force. You are an individualized expression of it, a unique perspective through which the infinite experiences itself. The same consciousness that creates galaxies and orchestrates the dance of atoms is the consciousness looking through your eyes right now, reading these words, having this experience. When you truly grasp this, when you move from intellectual understanding to experiential knowing, everything changes. Your declarations are no longer you trying to convince the universe of something. They're the universe recognizing itself through you. When you say, I am abundant, it's the infinite abundance of existence acknowledging its own nature through your voice. When you say, I am powerful, it's the creative power that spins planets and ignites stars, recognizing itself in human form. This is why your declarations work, not because you're asking some external power to grant you something, but because you're aligning your awareness with what you actually are. You're dropping the limited identity and stepping into the truth of your being. And at that level of consciousness, at that recognition of your true nature, creation is effortless because you're not trying to get anything. You're expressing what you are. Let me share something with you about the nature of consciousness that will help you understand this. Consciousness is not produced by your brain. Your brain is an instrument that consciousness uses to have a human experience, but consciousness itself is not created by or contained within your skull. Consciousness is fundamental to existence itself. It's the field in which all experience occurs, and you are not a separate consciousness observing the world from inside your head. You are the one consciousness experiencing itself through billions of different perspectives simultaneously. Think about a dream. When you're dreaming, your consciousness creates an entire world. It creates characters, scenarios, environments, all happening within your awareness. And while you're in the dream, you might identify with one character in the dream, thinking, I am this person in this situation. But when you wake up, you realize you weren't just that one character. You were the consciousness creating and experiencing the entire dream. Every character, every object, every experience in the dream was you experiencing yourself. This physical reality works the same way. You think you're one separate individual in a world full of other separate individuals and objects, but you're actually the one consciousness experiencing itself through all forms simultaneously. The I am you experience when you place your attention within yourself is the same I am that every other being experiences when they place their attention within themselves. It's all the same one consciousness, appearing to itself as many. This is not something I'm asking you to believe. This is something you can experience directly. Right now, place your attention on the awareness that's reading these words, not on the thoughts about the words, not on the feelings arising, but on the awareness itself, the consciousness that's present to witness the thoughts and feelings. That awareness, that pure isness, that's what you are. And if you sit with that awareness, if you rest in that I am without adding anything to it, you'll notice something extraordinary. It has no boundaries. It has no limits. It's not located in your body. It's not confined to your mind. It's vast, spacious, infinite. This is your true nature. This is what you've always been. Every limited identity you've ever held, every I am broke, every I am unworthy, every I am afraid. These were just clouds passing through the sky of your awareness. They were never you. They were just temporary experiences happening within what you are. The sky doesn't become the cloud. The ocean doesn't become the wave. And the infinite I am that you are doesn't become any limited identity. It just experiences them, plays with them, creates with them, and then lets them go. When you recognize this, when you awaken to your true nature as the I am itself, something remarkable happens. You stop taking your human experience so seriously. Not in a way that makes you irresponsible or disconnected, but in a way that frees you to play with reality instead of being imprisoned by it. You realize you're not trying to fix a broken person or escape a bad life. You're an infinite being having a temporary human experience, and you can shape that experience through your conscious declarations because you are the consciousness creating it. This is the ultimate freedom. Not freedom from your circumstances, though that often comes, but freedom within any circumstances, because you recognize that no matter what's happening in the play of your life, you are the stage on which it's all occurring. You are the awareness in which all experience happens, and that awareness, that pure I am, is untouchable. It cannot be harmed. It cannot be diminished. It cannot be lost. The masters we talked about in Chapter 7, they all touched this recognition. Some fully embodied it, others glimpsed it. But this is what gave them their power. They weren't operating from the level of a limited human trying to overcome obstacles. They were operating from the recognition of themselves as the infinite, creative consciousness. And at that level, obstacles are just experiences, circumstances are just temporary forms, and limitations are just illusions that dissolve in the light of true awareness. But here's what I need you to understand. This recognition doesn't mean you abandon your human life or stop working with your declarations. It means you hold it all more lightly. You still declare, "I am abundant," but you recognize that the abundance you're declaring is not something you lack and need to get. It's the nature of the infinite consciousness you are, and you're simply aligning your human experience with that truth. You still declare, "I am powerful," but you recognize that the power you're claiming is not a personal power you're trying to acquire. It's the creative power of consciousness itself that you are, simply becoming more obvious in your human expression. This is the paradox that confuses people. You are already everything you could ever want to be. You are already the infinite I am. And yet you have to declare specific identities, work with emotions, reprogram your subconscious, and practice consistency. How can both be true? Because consciousness is experiencing itself at multiple levels simultaneously. At the absolute level, you are the infinite I am, complete and lacking nothing. At the relative level, you are a human personality having experiences of limitation and expansion, lack and abundance, fear and love. The work we've been doing throughout this book is not about becoming something you're not. It's about aligning your relative experience with your absolute nature. It's about bringing the truth of what you are at the deepest level into expression at the human level. It's about making the invisible visible, the infinite tangible, the eternal temporal. You're not trying to become the I am. You're allowing the I am that you've always been to express itself more fully through your human form. Think of it like this. The sun is always shining, always. Even on the cloudiest day, even in the darkest night, the sun hasn't stopped shining. The clouds block your view of it, but they don't affect the sun itself. Your true nature as the infinite I am is like that sun. It's always present, always shining, always complete. But your beliefs, your conditioning, your limited identities, they're like clouds that block your awareness of what you are. The work of transformation is not creating something new. It's removing the clouds. It's clearing away everything that obscures the truth of your being. And as those clouds clear, as you release limited identity after limited identity, as you stop believing the stories about who you are and rest in the pure I am itself, your human life naturally transforms. Not because you're trying to make it transform, but because it's a reflection of consciousness. And when consciousness recognizes itself, the reflection changes. When the I am knows itself as infinite, the life cannot remain limited. When awareness knows itself as abundant, lack cannot be sustained. When consciousness knows itself as love, fear dissolves naturally. This is why the practices throughout this book work. Not because you're manipulating some external reality, but because you're aligning with what you are, and reality has no choice but to reflect that alignment. Your declarations are not requests, they're recognitions. Your elevated emotions are not tools to get something. They're the natural state of consciousness that knows itself. Your consistency is not effort, it's devotion to truth. But let me share something crucial about this awakening. It's not a one-time event where suddenly everything changes forever and you live happily ever after. It's more like a deepening spiral. You have moments of recognition where you touch your true nature. You glimpse the infinite I am that you are. You experience yourself as the consciousness creating your reality, and then you forget again. You get pulled back into identification with your human story. You contract back into limitation. This is normal. This is part of the process. Don't make it mean you failed or lost your awakening. You can't lose what you are. You can only temporarily forget it. And each time you forget and remember, the remembering becomes easier. The recognition becomes more stable. The awareness becomes more constant. Until eventually, the recognition becomes your baseline, and the forgetting becomes the temporary state, rather than the other way around. This is the journey from separation to unity, from ignorance to awakening, from sleep to consciousness. Not a journey in space or time, because where could you go when you're already everywhere? Not a journey to become something, because what could you become when you're already everything? But a journey of recognition, of remembering, of seeing through the illusion of limitation to the truth of your infinite nature. And as you walk this journey, as you practice your declarations and work with your emotions and reprogram your subconscious and live from your elevated identity, you're not just improving your personal life. You're participating in the awakening of consciousness itself. Because when one expression of the I Am recognizes itself, it makes it easier for all other expressions to do the same. When you awaken, you create ripples in the collective consciousness that support others in awakening. You become a light that helps others see through the darkness of their own limited identities. This is the greater purpose behind your transformation. Yes, your life will improve. Yes, you'll manifest abundance and success and love and all the things you desire. But more importantly, you'll become a living demonstration of what's possible when consciousness recognizes itself. You'll be proof that limitations are optional, that identity is choice, that human beings can live as the infinite beings they truly are. So where do you go from here? You've read this entire book. You understand the power of I Am. You know the science, the practices, the challenges, the rewards. What now? Do you close this book and go back to your old life, carrying this information as interesting knowledge but not embodied truth? Or do you take what you've learned and commit to the practice of recognition, the devotion to remembering who you truly are? The choice, as always, is yours. Because even though you are the infinite I Am, you are also experiencing yourself as a human being with free will, with choice, with the ability to identify with limitation or recognize your limitlessness. No one can make you awaken. No one can force you to remember your true nature. You have to choose it. You have to commit to it. You have to practice it until the practice becomes your being. But I can tell you this, if you commit to the path, if you dedicate yourself to living from the recognition of your true nature, if you consistently declare your identity while knowing that you are the I Am itself, expressing through these declarations, your life will transform in ways you cannot currently imagine. Not just in the external circumstances, though those will shift dramatically, but in the quality of your experience, in the depth of your peace, in the power of your presence, in the love you embody, in the freedom you feel regardless of what's happening around you. You will discover that you are not a small, limited, separate self trying to survive in a hostile world. You are the infinite consciousness playing in a world of its own creation. You are not a victim of circumstances. You are the creator of experience. You are not at the mercy of fate. You are the I Am that shapes destiny through its declarations. And from that recognition, from that place of knowing, you will create a life that reflects your true nature, not through struggle and straining, but through alignment and allowance, not through fighting against limitation, but through recognizing it was always an illusion, not through becoming something new, but through being what you've always been. This is the promise of the I Am. Not that you'll get everything you want, though you will. Not that life will be easy, though it will flow with far less resistance. Not that you'll never face challenges, though you'll move through them with grace and power, but that you'll know yourself as you truly are. That you'll live from your essence rather than your conditioning. That you'll experience yourself as the infinite creative consciousness that you've always been. I am the infinite awareness in which all experience occurs. I am the consciousness creating my reality through my declarations. I am not limited by any identity I've held. I am not confined by any circumstance I've experienced. I am the eternal I Am, expressing itself through this human form. I am awakening to my true nature. I am recognizing what I've always been. I am the power I've been seeking. I am the abundance I've been chasing. I am the love I've been craving. I am whole, complete, infinite, and free. These are not just declarations. These are recognitions of truth. Say them. Feel them. Let them dissolve every limited identity you've ever held. Let them open you to the vastness of what you are. Let them be the bridge from separation to unity, from forgetting to remembering, from sleep to awakening. The journey is complete, and yet it's only beginning, because now you know, not just intellectually, but in the depths of your being. You know that you are the I Am. You know that your power is not something you have. It's what you are. You know that limitation was always a choice, and you can choose differently starting right now. The book that was hidden from humanity is now revealed, not because it was literally hidden, but because the truth it contains can only be recognized by those ready to see it. And if you've made it this far, if you've read every chapter and felt every declaration and stayed with me through this entire journey, you're ready. You're not just ready to improve your life. You're ready to awaken to who you truly are. The I Am that created the universe is the same I Am reading these words right now. You are it. You've always been it. You could never be anything else. The only question that remains is, will you recognize it? Will you embody it? Will you live from it? Will you declare from that place of knowing and watch as your entire reality transforms to reflect the truth of your infinite nature? The power is not coming to you. The power is you. The awakening is not something that will happen to you. The awakening is what you are. You are the I Am. And that changes everything. Welcome home.